Shooting turning deadly, words from the police commissioner and mayor as we wrap up another violent weekend. The ongoing debate on how to handle squeegee kids continues as we await the mayor's squeegee collaborative. We look into backlash about the plan and how one group is already helping those kids get off of the streets.
And after temperatures in the 70s and 80s over the weekend, we'll talk about how warm we get this afternoon. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we begin a brand new work week here.
And a purple Monday.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, Ravens game coming up tonight. We'll be taking a look at that as well as what we can expect for our own forecast here at home as they are on the road. Outside right now we go in the Inner Harbor. Really pretty shot here this morning. There's some patchy fog out there early, but our numbers right now are mainly in the 60s. Now, guys, these are the temperatures that we typically are for our afternoon highs, and you can see those 60s widespread around the area, a few upper 50s as well. A mild Monday morning, sunny and warm for the afternoon, and we're going to be talking about potentially breaking record high temperatures for the afternoon. Morning drive looks good. Look at these numbers in the 60s for the next couple of hours. Windows down, more than likely you won't need that heater at all. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are getting reports of a fatal crash involving 4 vehicles. This is on 95 southbound in Perryville. You are taking a live look at the emergency crews on the scene right now. We're hearing that a tractor trailer is reportedly on its side. Kind of hard to make out with the lights flashing right there. But what we are seeing is what appears to be the left lane of traffic now getting by that scene. Give yourself some extra time if you're moving through that area. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. The Maryland State Attorney General's office is now reviewing a deadly shooting involving Baltimore City Police, and that's routine in deadly police shootings in the state. Yesterday afternoon, police say an officer shot and killed a knife-wielding man who was attacking a woman in West Baltimore. It happened at the intersection of West Lafayette and North Fulton Avenue around 3:30.
And he approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
Assaulting anyone and with having a dangerous weapon, a knife, let alone a woman, is something that we cannot have in our city. We are thankful that further people were not injured, that young woman or any other individuals that were around there. Thankful that none of our police officers were injured and that they acted quickly.
Commissioner Harrison says the suspect stumbled off the woman after he was shot. Officers brought him to shock trauma where he died. The commissioner says the department is reviewing footage from multiple body-worn cameras. The Maryland Attorney General will take over this investigation. And as the mayor mentioned, no one else was hurt, including the woman that was involved. Multiple sources tell Fox 45 News the suspect police shot is Tyree Moorhead, the northeast Baltimore man who created no-shoot zones throughout the city. Back in August, he walked home from the hospital after he was shot 3 times in the head and neck. Police have not confirmed the suspect's identity in the shooting. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his squeegee collaborative this week. The group has been meeting since July, but has not allowed cameras inside its public meetings. We know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, also hearing about guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop. It comes as Fox 45 News continues to hear stories of heated interactions some drivers are having with squeegee kids. On Saturday, police say they arrested a 19-year-old squeegee kid along Mount Royal Terrace. A woman tells police that the squeegee kid sprayed her in the face after she refused service. Police say they found the suspect with a loaded handgun. Riel Creighton has been speaking with one group working to get squeegee kids out of intersections. She has a closer look at their efforts.
The debate over squeegee kids in Baltimore this week intensifying amid details of a forthcoming plan from the Squeegee Collaborative, confirmed to Fox 45.
To give them an incentive.
Marlo Hargrove has already been on the ground.
However, to earn the incentive and not just give. That's the difference.
Executive Director of FACE, the nonprofit working to transition people released from prison back into society, now working to move kids off corners with his own unique program, partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids sneakers.
We're talking Michael Jordan, some of them that basically out there squeegeeing to try to put a pair of those on their feet.
The idea, engage them with shoes that get them to the services that get them off the streets.
They have the sneakers.
Okay.
We have the supportive wraparound services such as the mental health, substance abuse, case management, psychosocial therapy, life skills, job readiness program.
Also incentive-based and the part of a so far incomplete portion of a plan by the Squeegee Collaborative now drawing fire from around the city. Reportedly, one idea focused on a guaranteed income program, pay to be made available to young men who do not engage in the activity. Reaction swift.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
Hargrove says his plan is different.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
Law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes that's the key.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term.
Wait to condemn it, he says, before you see it.
If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
It isn't for me to discuss and or to say that their plan will work or their plan won't work. However, I know that it's a long overdue for solutions.
We'll stay with Fox 45 News. We will continue to press city leaders for answers about the squeegee kid issue in the weeks ahead. We'll have complete coverage when the Squeegee Collaborative's recommendations are officially announced both on air and online. Coming up at 5 o'clock this morning, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with a closer look into the program as we look ahead this week. Well, this week's election is set to make some major changes in Washington. We're looking ahead to January and the differences that we could see on Capitol Hill. Plus, another warmer day ahead with temperatures in the 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we do cool down to more November-like temperatures. It's 4:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:40 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast, and we are seeing a nice start to your morning. A little bit of some patchy fog in certain areas, so just be aware of that. Here's a look at your right now temperatures. We've got some mild conditions statewide. Look at these numbers and all the orange there. Mid to upper 60s is what we are seeing this hour, and we're on our way to another day with highs in the 70s. So on your out the doorcast, no need for a jacket, but definitely get those sunglasses and have them ready. We'll get back to more November-like numbers here later this week, and we'll look at that coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now, taking a live look from New York City this morning as the world's biggest and most popular marathon returned to full capacity on Sunday. More than 50,000 runners took part in the New York City Marathon. The marathon was canceled in 2020 because of the pandemic and had just 30,000 racers last year. The top men's and women's finishers were Kenyon, Evans, Shebet, and Sharon Lokedy. His winning time was 2 hours and 8 minutes and 41 seconds. And her running time, first ever marathon, and she finished in 2 hours, 23 minutes and 23 seconds. Impressive.
Across the country this year, one of the hot button topics is education, as school board races are heating up. I'm Dee Dee Gadden with a look at races experts say could have a national impact.
Plus, as we look ahead to Election Day tomorrow, many now pointing to disinformation and how it could play a role. Still ahead, the efforts from Russia to impact us. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, entering a week that could spell a possible political power shift on Capitol Hill. A Washington insider will be here to discuss the prospects of a red wave crashing the ballot box this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. I don't know. It is 4:45. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. Historically, school board races across the country have been a little quieter, but this election, they're front and center. The National Desk's Dee Gatton looks at the races that Republicans and Democrats are focusing on that experts say could have a national impact.
A number of conservative political action groups are pouring millions into local school board races. While Democrats have campaigns focused on Republicans as extremists, some right-leaning groups are investing in candidates who will scale back on, for instance, lessons on race and sexuality and aren't for gender-neutral bathrooms. Further, in one local race in Loudoun County, Virginia, the Washington Post reports GOP candidates are echoing Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin's education-related talking points from his win last year. Political scientist Stephen Farnsworth told the Post, quote, "If the renewed Republican efforts translate to gains in Loudoun, you can expect similar efforts elsewhere. This is we've seen efforts from parents nationwide to voice their concerns to school leaders."
As I mask my kids to send them to school, I'm horrified. It goes against the core of my beliefs.
And from health to books to curriculum, it's become a fiery debate at school board meetings nationwide. And now, more than ever, people want a say in who gets elected. 4 candidates trying to represent one local school board are wrapped up in a lawsuit that civil rights attorney Ben Crump says everyone is watching.
I absolutely think that this lawsuit can have an impact on education across America as we think about the issues that are present here in Baltimore. They're not very different from other heavily populated cities across America.
Regarding that lawsuit, a Baltimore City couple filed the lawsuit against the school system, alleging misuse of tax dollars. Crump called the judge's decision to move the case forward a landmark decision. Of course, we will be carefully watching this race, along with many additional local races, as an early indicator of voter sentiment. For the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
All right, Dee, thank you. It is 4:47, and we want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers and to look at this Purple Monday forecast.
Megan, I mean, 80 degrees on Saturday, 78 yesterday. This is November. What?
I know. And then there was a time change. It's been very confusing.
I know. It's been a whole thing, right? Yeah. It's like the upside down world in Stranger Things.
I hope
yeah,
not.
Here we go. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. And you listen, I look back in the numbers over the last couple of days. You know, this is the 7th day of November. Every day in November, our high has been 69 degrees or warmer. And a lot of those days were in the 70s with that 80-degree temp that we had on Saturday. And we're going to get one more day like that for today. Overall, looking out over the Inner Harbor, not too bad right now. 62 is your current temp. I mentioned this at the top of the show, but this is typically our afternoon highs where we are for this time of year. But that is not the case right now. Our next weather maker is a cold front that is bearing down on us, and this is going to drop our temperatures significantly tomorrow. But for today, we still get one more day of well above average numbers before that front passes through. So lower 60s here in the next couple of hours in your rise and shine cast. Remember, with the time change, sun is up at 6:41, but goes to bed at 4:59. And you can see our highs there in the mid to upper 70s for this afternoon, with lower 60s where we typically are. These numbers are going to stay above average, not only here in Maryland, but up and down the 95 corridor, all the way up into Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., 82 in Richmond this afternoon. This is our temperature tracker, and numbers are kind of all over the place. I mean, you can see our high today in the upper 70s, only 60 tomorrow, and then 59 on Wednesday. Those are the highs. Then we warm back up into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So here's a look at our future scan. The cold front passing through as we stay dry this week. Again, the colder air will be in place for tomorrow, and then look at all that sunshine that is on the way into Wednesday and Thursday. So overall, really not tracking much. The next chance for rain, that doesn't come until we get into the weekend, and that's really going to be after we get into Friday night and into Saturday. So Election Day looks good tomorrow, again cooler, and you can see those numbers on your 7-day forecast. Upper 60s later into the week, and for the weekend, again, late Friday into Saturday, that's when our next weather maker after this cold front will bring in the rain for Veterans Day weekend. Back to you, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stiller traffic network, and we've been watching this crash here. Reports of a fatal crash involving 4 vehicles. This is on 95 southbound in Perryville. Live look there. You can see all the flashing lights right there. We're hearing a tractor trailer is on its side. One thing you're going to notice is the left lane of traffic looks to be getting by right there. But again, getting reports of a fatal crash there. Try to avoid it if you can. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 403, both starting off with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Light Rail Link, expect about a 5 to 10-minute delay in your travels there for the early commute. And Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Monday travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the Democratic blame game already underway before the polls have even opened on Election Day.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
We are looking ahead this morning to more details surrounding Mayor Brandon Scott's Squeegee Collaborative. We continue to press for answers as the squeegee crisis continues. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:54. In your Vote 2022 coverage here this morning, Republicans are positioned to gain control of the House after tomorrow's midterm elections. That's according to a new Washington Post ABC News poll, and it finds likely voters are split almost evenly, with 49% saying they plan to vote Republican compared to 48% saying that they'll vote Democrat. Now, based on past midterms, Democrats would need a much larger lead to block Republican wins. Republicans will have to win a net 5 seats to take control of the House. According to the poll, Democrats face overwhelming odds of preventing that from happening. Virginia's governor says he thinks midterm voters will send a clear message to President Biden tomorrow.
This is going to be a wake-up call to President Biden, and I hope he answers it, because what's happened over the last 2 years has really caused a lot of problems in America.
Youngkin says he believes Americans are not happy and want a different agenda. He thinks voters are going to give Republicans majorities in both the House and the Senate. Youngkin has been out on the campaign trail stumping for Republican candidates in Michigan and Arizona. He sidestepped questions about whether he was considering a White House bid in 2024. Well, some Democrats are now placing the blame for the slowing momentum on members of their own party. Sinclair national correspondent Christine Frizzau explains.
With early voting now wrapped up in many parts of the country, a quiet calm before what many Democrats predict will be a savage storm.
I am not happy. I just think that we did not listen to voters in this election, and I think we're going to have a bad night.
While polls show tight races for several swing state Senate seats, they were races dominated by Democrats until a few months ago. A new ABC News Washington Post poll revealing top issues for likely voters could help Republicans, trusted to handle the economy, inflation, and crime by double-digit margins.
We're getting crushed on narrative. We're going to have to do better.
Democrats time and time again blaming not what has been done, but what's been said and not said by fellow Democrats.
They became inflation deniers. And that really, I think, is a stupid strategy.
Even President Biden, a target of blame for these comments he made on coal.
We're going to be shutting these plants down all across America and having wind and solar.
West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin responding in a press release that President Biden's comments ignore the severe economic pain the American people are feeling because of rising energy costs.
But some Democrats are expressing optimism, not only about their party's accomplishments, but also its messaging on issues they say matter most.
I know what their closing argument is that when this country is going through tough times, whether it's a pandemic or inflation rising, who is really going to have your families back?
Others hoping the issues they have campaigned on, like abortion rights and defending America's democracy, will resonate.
We're not perfect, but we are responsible adults who didn't attack the Capitol on January 6th, didn't try to whitewash it. Don't pretend we're for law enforcement and then ignore 140 cops getting beat up on that horrible day.
The focus now on Election Day. Many Democrats already rethinking their political strategy for the future. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Well, Russia is targeting conservative voters with disinformation campaigns ahead of the midterms. According to the New York Times, the aim is to undermine the Biden administration's military assistance to Ukraine. Researchers say Russia is specifically targeting some of the country's closest races. They say they've turned to newer platforms like Gab, Parler, and Getter that pride themselves on having unmoderated spaces. The FBI warned last month disinformation is also spread to dark web media channels, online journals, texts, and emails. Well, be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. You can point your phone's camera at the QR code right there or head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
The debate continues on how best to handle squeegee kids in our city. Coming up, what we can expect from the mayor's squeegee collaborative this week and how people right here in the city are responding.
President Biden making his way to Maryland this morning ahead of Election Day tomorrow. Just ahead this morning where the Maryland gubernatorial candidates stand now.
And temperatures are mild, even warm to start your Monday. We're going to watch what happens here with our forecast and examine it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
You are taking a live look from Bourbon Street in New Orleans this morning. The Ravens taking on the Saints tonight. Kickoff is at 8:15. Coming up in 10 minutes, the words from Lamar Jackson and head coach John Harbaugh after losing a key player. Good morning to you on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Possibly another foggy forecast on your Monday morning.
Yeah, some patchy fog out there in certain spots, guys. Good morning to both of you. Purple Monday is here, and that's what we're talking about. It seems like the Ravens haven't played forever, but I know it was a while ago, back in that Thursday night football a week and a half. Here we go. Outside right now, let's show you what's going on in our Towson camera. Not much, but there are some patchy, there are some areas, that are dealing with some patchy fog as you make your way out. Lower 60s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Towson right now. Look at that. Mid-60s in Baltimore City this morning. We're at 62 currently in Dundalk. So a mild Monday morning, sunny and warm for the afternoon, and we're going to be potentially tying or even breaking our record high temperature this afternoon. Out for a run or a jog, yeah, short sleeves for sure. Next couple of hours, mid-60s with mild temperatures. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look now, the main issue that we need to discuss here is 95 southbound. This is right in the northeast. So if you're coming out of Delaware and you're moving down 95, you can see it right here. 4 vehicles involved, and we are told this is a fatal accident. So just make sure you give yourself some extra time. If you're 95 southbound out of Delaware before you cross the Tidings Bridge. Also another one, inner loop 695 right at Maryland Liberty Road. There's also another collision there. That's the inner loop, though, and it's causing some delays, too. So, but not as bad as this accident on 95.
5:01 now. In a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative this week.
Now, the group has been meeting since July, but has not allowed cameras inside its public meetings.
We know those recommendations will likely include Squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for Squeegee kids who stop. Now, there's been debate over this program and how effective it will be. Shannon Lilly joining us live from Fells Point, where there are people reacting to the plan. Shannon.
And Patrice, right now, Mayor Scott is remaining tight-lipped about full details of that plan. He does say those will be released after Election Day. Of course, we know Election Day is tomorrow, so we do expect to hear more very soon. But as you mentioned, in the meantime, people here in Fells Point that were here for the Fells Point Fun Festival and business owners, they are reacting to what we know about this plan. Many are at a tipping point, but some are optimistic about it. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
People are so hesitant to come downtown. So they're going to give guaranteed income to lawlessness, but nothing to the victims. I mean, people's cars have been damaged. People have been physically assaulted, and one innocent man was murdered. It's not right.
I think anything's worth a try. They're out there obviously looking for income, skipping school or whatever because they need the income for their families.
Again, so far what we do know about this plan is that Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves, and they're going to be assigned specific areas. We also know that a guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who do not engage in the activity. But coming up in the next half hour, we're going to hear from a program leader who's already working with Squeegee kids, and he has a different idea on how best to incentivize these Squeegee kids off the streets. So we're going to hear his plan and how he would do things differently. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Tomorrow is Election Day. Fox 45 News taking you beyond the podium. When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, they will see Question K.
It's about term limits for Baltimore City leaders, and now those who would be impacted by the law are pushing back.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Southwest Baltimore this morning with the vote that's happening today. Olivia? Stand by, Tom. All right, we'll see if we can get back to Olivia there here in just a little bit. The police union tweeting another letter, though, that it sent to city council members. And the letter sent over the weekend says if they shorten the amount of time served required to get the pension, they should move fire and police pension requirements back to 20 years instead of 25. Olivia was talking about Question K, moving certain council members, mayor and comptroller to 8 years, which would then lose their pension, which starts after 12 years. City council is now rushing to get a vote in today so that it would drop it back down to 8 years. And that's what this message is in reference to.
Those in favor of the bill say city council members deserve a pension even if they only serve 2 terms.
Then it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms. You get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
This brings us to our question of the day. Should Baltimore City Council members get a full pension after serving just 2 terms instead of 3? 98% of voters say it should be 3 terms. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Maryland gubernatorial candidates making their final push before tomorrow's midterm elections.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the campaign events unfolding and the latest poll numbers. Megan.
Getting exciting now, guys. We are taking you live to the White House here this morning, where we know tonight at 7 o'clock, President Biden and the First Lady will be leaving the White House, heading to Bowie, Maryland, to back Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore. Republican candidate Dan Cox, meantime, holding a big event yesterday with former President Trump spokesperson, also radio host Kimberly Klacik. Right now, several polls showing Moore with an impressive lead over Cox. And if that holds, Moore would become the state's first black governor. Other big races we're keeping an eye on tomorrow. The race for comptroller, we've got Democrat Brooke Learman and Republican Barry Glassman. Also, the race for Maryland Attorney General, Democrat Anthony Brown facing off against Republican Michael Peroutka. We're going to keep you posted as the polls open just under 24 hours, 18 hours to be exact, and so on from here this morning. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The Ravens in the Big Easy facing off against New Orleans Saints tonight. Still ahead this morning. Key players who will be missing from the matchup and the young prospect who could be filling the void.
And if you like these temperatures that are well above average, we get at least one more day. But we'll talk about the changes later this week. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us. Over the Inner Harbor right now, we've got some clouds hanging around, even some patchy fog in certain areas. So just be aware of that as you are heading out. Remember that sun's going to come up a little bit earlier here this morning. On your morning drive, a mid-60s for the next couple of hours. That's right, mid-60s. And look at that, 70 degrees by 9 a.m. Oh, boy. We're in for another day of above average temperatures, and we'll break it down for you coming up in just a few. Patrice?
Now, tomorrow is Election Day, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. One thing voters will see is Question K. It asks about term limits for Baltimore City leaders, and now those who are impacted by the law are pushing back.
We want to get back out to Olivia Dance with the rushed vote that's apparently scheduled for today. Olivia?
Hey, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And in just a few hours, supporters of Question K will gather outside of this polling place here to try and encourage voters to support the term limits. Now, this comes as the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. Now, Question K would establish a 2-term limit for the mayor, council president, comptroller, and city council members. The term limits, though, would only apply to one office at a time, still allowing for a career of public service.
If this thing passes on Tuesday, the term limits, that goes into effect 2024. So why have this new pension system in effect immediately when you don't have to? Right now, with the 12-year pension, it's about $1.5 million a year, right? So we know that. And boy, you talk about the finance department and they say, slow things down.
Now, David Williams, who you just heard from the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, says the additional costs would fall on taxpayers. The city's retirement system manages the city pension fund, and the head of that office laying out this message to Baltimore attorney Carville Collins.
The bill and market conditions have the potential to reduce the funding status to below 100%, at which time there will be a cost to the city. Going forward, the actuarial liability will continue to increase due to an earlier 8-year vesting period.
Now, leaders from the Fraternal Order of Police say financial reasons are why the council voted to scale back pensions for firefighters and police 12 years ago. In a statement over the weekend, the FOP calling city council's push one of the most egregious privileged class moves against labor in recent history. And city council members will meet at 5 this evening to discuss modifying the retirement system. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance at Fox 45 Early Edition.
A police-involved shooting turns deadly. Words from the police commissioner and mayor, and what we're hearing this morning about the identity of the person killed.
Plus, the ongoing debate on how to handle squeegee kids continues as we await the mayor's squeegee collaborative. We look into backlash about the plan and how one group is already helping those kids get off the street corners. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, taking a live look from New Orleans this morning as we are looking ahead to tonight's matchup against the Saints.
The Ravens are going to be missing some key players. The team announced that tight end Mark Andrews is out as he recovers from knee and shoulder injuries. That's going to be a big loss. He leads the Ravens in catches and receiving yards and touchdowns this season.
Now, the Ravens also announcing last week top wide receiver, though, Rashad Bateman, will undergo foot surgery and miss the remainder of the season. Bateman has been the team's most effective wideout and big play threat. Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson both talking about losing Bateman and moving forward without him.
You know, I think Rashad is a great guy. He really wants to be out there, wants to play, wants to have a career, wants to do well, and that's not going to change. You know, just there's different things happening in life. There's roadblocks sometimes, you know, and sometimes the best way is just to go through it, and that's what he's doing right now.
That's my guy. You know, we was looking forward to having a great long season, but you know, guy had other plans. But I wish him a speedy recovery, and you know, we got a lot of great guys, you know, in our receiving group, and I got full 100% confidence in those guys gonna make things happen for us this season. So just waiting on Bate to get back, but we good.
Well, since the team will be missing those two key players, that means that other guys are going to have to step up at the tight end position.
In fact, all eyes are on Isaiah Likely, coming off the best game of his young career, and the coaches and teammates agree.
It was great to see, you know, great to see him, you know, finally get his chance, you know, opportunity to do what he do. We were going to need a lot more out of him, though, you know, so just got to keep going.
I think Isaiah is coming along nicely. You know, he's still learning this game. He's got a high ceiling. I think you're going to see him develop pretty much every week over the course of time. There's a lot about this NFL game that rookies have to learn on the fly.
Oh, Ravens Nation certainly getting ready for tonight's game, expressing how they feel on Twitter. Some pretty pumped, others not so optimistic. There's a lot of fans making the trip to New Orleans for this game. I want to start with this one here because we just talked about Isaiah Likely, now set to make his first start in an NFL game against the Saints. Let's ride. Ready to go here. And then this one's funny. Justin's been mentioning it's been about a week and a half since we've actually seen the Ravens play. Me waiting for the Ravens to finally play a game. Thursday to Monday night. It's a long swing right there. And then always, I mean, just your random Justin Tucker appreciation post, just, you know, just because. But something else interesting as I toss back to you guys, the AFC wide open. Let's go with this win. Let's go with this thing, Ravens luck. But that's where we're at right now. The Ravens have a chance to clinch this. I know we've got some injuries here, but this is open.
Well, and it's interesting, too. You talk about the time off, Meg and Tom and Patrice. I mean, and it's time for guys to get healthier.
Yeah.
And then right after tonight, they've got a bye week, and then they're back here on November 20th. But what do you guys think? I mean, because they're in first place in the AFC North by a half game.
5-3, and they should beat New Orleans. They should come out 6-3. I mean, it's basically the same record that the Bills have.
The Bills went down this week.
Yeah, they sure did.
That was crazy.
Yeah, but the Bengals, I mean, they big win yesterday, so they're right behind the Ravens. The Ravens are like, all right, we see you down there, Bengals, but, you know, we'll see what happens tonight. Monday Night Football on the turf. Open it up, let them run. Come on, you got to run. You got to make sure to get that lead and hold on to the lead and have a good, impressive game. So hopefully they'll do well tonight. Again, Purple Monday, so if they win, tomorrow will be Victory Tuesday. Not because of the elections, but because of the Ravens hopefully getting that win. All right, looking out of our Towson camera right now. Good morning, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Everything looking good at this time. We do have some patchy fog for some of you. And if you're just waking up with us and you look at this number, yeah, don't adjust your TV set. That is correct. 66 is your temperature right now in Towson. Typically this time of year, our average highs in the afternoon are about 60 degrees. So we're not even near that number. Here comes our next weather maker. This is the cold front slowly moving in to Maryland, so we get one more day of above average numbers as that cold front rolls in. But behind that front, it is a cold front, so we've got cooler temperatures for tomorrow. Not only tomorrow morning, but for tomorrow afternoon as well. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures in the mid-60s here in the next couple of hours, upper 70s for noontime and recess, and great afternoon. It will be warm again with a lot of sunshine, great for kids and practices, any of those outdoor activities you have planned. Maybe you want to hit the golf course today. I mean, why not play golf in November when it's gorgeous with upper 70s here through the midday and into those mid to upper 70s. Some of us close to 80 degrees for our high later today. Here we go. This is our high temps where I was talking about across Carroll and Baltimore counties. You're going to see mid 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown, 76 Cockeysville and Perry Hall, right about 80 in Dundalk this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those upper 70s for Columbia and Elkridge down through Odenton. Severna Park at 78, mid 70s in Annapolis. Even Hartford and Cecil counties, you're going to see some of those low to mid 70s here for your Monday afternoon. Let's take a look at that future scan. So there goes the cold front passing through behind the front. We've got dry air in place, but cooler temperatures as well. So no issues in terms of any rain for Election Day tomorrow. And in fact, we stay rain free for most of the week. Our next chance for rain is actually coming on late Friday into Saturday, which is Veterans Day. And yeah, just 4 days away now from Veterans Day. Check out our updated holiday countdown. We got Thanksgiving in just 17 days. Terrence the turkey doing his little thing there. 42 days until Hanukkah. And now we've got the winter solstice on here. That's Sam the Snowman. He's doing his little dance right there. So 44 days until winter starts. And there it is. 48 days until Christmas. I see you over there, Megan. I know you're excited. And Patrice and other people. Upper 70s here today, right about 60 tomorrow. Look at those temperatures. We're going to wake up in the 40s, and then we'll see the highs in the lower 60s both Tuesday and Wednesday. We get some moderation in those temperatures in the mid to upper 60s for Thursday and Friday, but then our rain rolls in. Again, late Friday, pretty much most of Saturday will be wet, and then those temperatures drop off significantly starting on Sunday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're talking about a fatal accident. You can see it right here, 95 southbound, right in Perryville. It's right before the Tidings Bridge. It involves 4 vehicles. A tractor trailer is also on its side. So the left lane is the only lane that police have open right now. You can see that there. So traffic's moving along slowly. Also, still a backup. 695's inner loop right near Liberty Road. 3 vehicles involved there. They have it over to the right-hand side, but that's causing some delays on the inner loop this morning. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, Mark.
Well, happy Monday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 841 and Brunswick 870, both running about 5 minutes late for the commute start, allow time for travel. Light Rail Link with a 15-minute delay for the start, allow time for travel there to Metro Subway Link. Is single tracking between the Rogers Avenue and Mondawmin stations. That's due to maintenance. Expect a delay of about 5 to 10 minutes. And the Upton station of Metro Subway Link still closed. It remains closed due to flooding from last week. Allow time for travel as you'll encounter a shuttle bus in place there to and from the Upton station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Tomorrow's Election Day, and Baltimore City residents will vote on Question K. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those both for and against the term limits.
A program leader with boots on the ground has a different idea on how best to tackle the issue of squeegee kids. We're going to hear his take coming up. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Yep, I'm good.
Consumer news this morning. Shoppers for clothing and accessories this holiday season, apparently they're stepping back from the high-end places.
A Wall Street Journal report says shoppers devoured by inflation may not be shopping at finer-end clothing stores. Consumers are looking to moderate price stores and away from trendy fashion in lingerie, handbags, clothing, jewelry. Morning Consult, a research company, says 72% of consumers will shop for cheaper alternatives this year.
Well, as COVID assistance to renters runs out, more people are being evicted from their homes. Federally funded legal aid group says there has seen a surge in eviction filings across the country. Housing advocates say the problem will worsen as the federal rental assistance comes to an end. And more families have trouble keeping up with the inflation. Evictions plummeted during the pandemic as moratoriums kept renters from being evicted. Treasury Department says less than $7 billion out of $46.5 billion remains on renters' assistance.
Candidates across the nation making their final push to earn your vote. We are breaking down the early voting numbers right here in Maryland as we look ahead to the midterm election tomorrow. It's 5:27 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Our team of reporters is following 4 big stories for you this half hour. The ongoing debate on how to handle squeegee kids continues as we await official work on Mayor Brandon Scott's Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon Lilly is breaking down the plan and how it can make an impact the city moving forward.
A police-involved shooting turning deadly. Taylor Stewart has the latest details in the case and what sources are saying about the person who was wielding a knife.
And an event to rally behind Question K happening today, just under 24 hours ahead of Election Day. Olivia Dance looking into how this could impact elections moving forward.
Plus, midterm elections are happening tomorrow. Megan Gillen is in our live center breaking down the early voting numbers. Welcome back to all of you on this Monday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, though. He's talking about still warmer temperatures, but a little bit different.
Hey, it's been beautiful, a beautiful stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. You're exactly right. I mean, and we could be breaking records today, guys, for our high temperatures. Typically, we are in the lower 60s for afternoon highs, and we're actually in the mid 60s as you wake up with us right now. Looking outside here, we do have some patchy fog in certain areas, but overall, the sun coming up in about an hour from right now. Of course, with the time change, that sun does rise earlier. Statewide, those numbers are warm, mid 60s up and down the Chesapeake for Baltimore and Annapolis down through North Beach, 68 in Westminster. That's your current temperature. Our morning drive looking good, though. Mid 60s will continue over the next couple of hours as Mr. Bo says we are good to go. High of 79 today, but only 60 on Tuesday and Wednesday. So tomorrow and Wednesday will feel a lot more like November. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Well, happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle squeegee kids. But preliminary information about the plan is being met with some criticism.
Now, we know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop squeegeeing.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with how one group already working to get squeegee kids out of intersections is reacting to the part of the plan that we've heard from the Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon.
Well, for one, Patrice, they say that they would do it differently. They would give squeegee kids the opportunity to earn the incentive rather than just getting the incentive. But they really say for any plan to work, you have to get to the heart of the issue and what's causing these kids to squeegee in the first place. They believe that's poverty, and that's something they're trying to tackle right now.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
Well, Marlo Hargrove is who you just heard from, and he's already been on the ground. He's the executive director of FACE. That's a nonprofit that's working to transition people released from prison back into society. But now they're also working to move squeegee kids off of corners with his own unique program. So how the program works, they're partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids a nice pair of sneakers. And the idea is to engage them with shoes that get them to the services that get them off the streets. And we're talking services like mental health, substance abuse, and job readiness programs. But law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes guiding them to tools that will help is key, but he says wait to condemn the city's plan until we have the full picture.
And no one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
Meanwhile, Hargrove's biggest critique of this plan is that groups like his that are already affecting change are not even being brought to the table. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
A deadly police shooting is under investigation in West Baltimore.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon, police responded to the Harlem Park area following reports of a man seen attacking a woman with a knife.
Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio this morning. Taylor, what can you tell us?
Well, the police commissioner says officers tried to get that man to put the knife down, step away from the woman. That is not what happened. The initial 911 call came in around 3:30 in the afternoon there along West Lafayette Avenue and North Fulton Avenue. According to reports from police, they got several calls of a man wielding a knife and attacking a woman. When police got there, immediately they told the man to drop the knife. He did not do that. Take a listen to what the police commissioner says happened next.
And he approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
As 2 officers fired shots in this shooting. It's not exactly clear how many shots were fired, but they're working with State Attorney General's office, their independent investigation division, to review the body camera footage, surveillance, and videos posted on social media. They're trying to piece together what exactly happened here, but that man was taken to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center. He died from his injuries. Thankfully, though, the woman involved in this attack was not hurt.
Taylor, since this came out, though, have the police provided any updates on the suspect in this case?
No, police have not identified the man who was killed, but multiple sources have confirmed to Fox 45 News that the victim was Tyree Moorhead. Moorhead was a former gang member and known for producing hundreds of no-shoot zone murals. That's the latest here in the studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Election Day is tomorrow, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium in the last-minute push to sway voters.
Yeah, for Baltimore City voters, they'll have to vote on Question K, which would create term limits for certain city leaders. And Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Southwest Baltimore with more from both those for and against Question K. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, there's a lot of people that support Question K and a lot who do not. But at 9 this morning, supporters of the term limits will gather right here outside the West Side Skills Center, which is also a polling place to try and sway voters. Now, if Question K is passed, it would create 2 term limits for Baltimore's mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members. And at the start of early voting, supporters of Question K held a rally.
This has nothing to do with any political party. Democrats, Republicans, independents all support term limits as a smart political process across the country.
The term limits would only apply to 1 office at a time, meaning an elected leader could serve 8 years as a council member, then another 8 years as council president or mayor. But those against the term limits say they are designed to serve special interest groups, not voters.
It is not a community-led initiative. It is a tool used by outsiders who do not care about our city or our citizens.
Now, ultimately, this will be the decision of voters tomorrow on Election Day. And I personally have spoken to voters that are both for and against Question K, so it'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
On the eve of the midterm election, we're getting word more than 40 million people have already voted across the country, outpacing the pre-election ballot count for 2018.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the numbers just coming in. Megan.
Yeah, check it out. As of right now, guys, we've got California, Texas, and Florida here. They are rounding out the top 3 of the most ballots cast, which includes in-person early votes. That includes mail-in ballots, both returned and requested. Maryland, by the way, reporting nearly 755,000 early votes. Still a lot coming in. So far, let's break it down for you. Democrats accounting for 43% of that vote. Republicans with 34% of the vote, and third-party voters with 23% of the vote. Remember, control of both chambers of Congress is on the line right now, with all 435 House seats up for grabs and 35 of the 100 Senate seats. Again, tomorrow is it, the midterm election. We're going to be covering everything from our nation's capital to, of course, all of the local races as well. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Elon Musk takes control, and now some big changes coming to Twitter. What he's saying about fake accounts going forward.
Plus, another warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the cooler temperatures return. 5:39. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:42 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast on our mild morning. And we do have some clouds and even some patchy fog for some of you as you get out early here on your Monday. But look at the jogging cast. Next couple of hours, we're talking about mid-60s. Our temperatures could be breaking records later today. We'll talk about it coming up in just a few. I guess we didn't win the Powerball, did we, Tom?
No, you said it. No winner yet again. Soaring new high, the Powerball has now made it to, and the large payout expected. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 now and making headlines this morning. Elon Musk is warning users they will be permanently barred from Twitter if they impersonate other users. It comes after some celebrities changed their Twitter display names and tweeted as Musk. They were responding to a new $8 monthly fee to keep their verified identities on the platform. Musk says any Twitter handle that engages in impersonation will be booted off the site immediately without warning. He says a name change of any kind will result in a temporary suspension. Trending this morning, an iconic superhero movie costume from the 1970s hits the auctioneer's gavel and goes for a tidy sum.
That's right. You see the symbol right there. Superman costume worn by the late actor Christopher Reeve in the 1978 film by the same name has sold at an auction for $350,000. Complete outfit contains a tunic, cape, belt, pair of trunks, leggings, and boots. And the buyer was not identified, though.
I think that's the last time I saw a Superman movie was with him in that. All right, let's talk about this because this is beyond crazy. The Powerball jackpot has hit a new record, $1.9 billion. There was no winner in Saturday night's drawing, and the next drawing is tonight. So when we talked about this last week, is it going to be $2 billion by tonight?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we're all doing our part, right? To add a little $2 at a time. No winners. There was like, what, 24 millionaire winners last drawing?
Is that what it?
I'd take that.
I got to
consider
check my
myself a
ticket.
winner. Yeah. New prize can be taken as an annuity over 29 years or as a one-time payout of $929 million. You're still not a billionaire. The last prize was drawn in early
But by tonight
August.
you will be.
Maybe, yeah. There now have been 40 draws without a full pot winner.
But your odds of winning are still like
Ridiculous.
1 in 300 million. So we'll see. We'll see how it's
Can't win unless you play.
It's fun to dream about what you do. It's 5:47. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. One thing you'd buy. One thing you'd splurge on.
Oh, a big plane. Absolutely. I'm buying
that doesn't surprise me.
When I win, I'm buying the plane.
Okay.
Maybe I'll buy 2 planes. I don't know. I mean, look, the cash payout, that's what I can't believe about this whole thing is that it's almost $2 billion and the cash payout is almost $1 billion. So people are like, oh, I don't know if I should take the cash payout. Take the cash payout. You're almost a billionaire. So anyway, that should be a lot of fun tonight. We'll see what happens. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking right down into Towson there. York Road starting to get a little busier as folks are starting to get back at it for your Monday, our Purple Monday, as the Ravens will play tonight in New Orleans. Here's a look at our HD radar. Really not much happening. The cold front is passing through as we speak. So what is going to take place before that happens is warm air. Another very mild and even warm afternoon is going to be on tap. As this cold front comes through, we get what we call a downslope effect, and that's going to basically come off the mountains and help to kind of warm things up as we head later into the day today. And taking a look at these numbers here, rise and shine cast mid-60s over the next couple of hours. Notice that sunrise again at 6:41, but that sunset is now before 5 p.m. And a lot of people do not like that part after the time change. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's excited. By the way, I got to meet the Oriole bird again. I've seen him a couple times, but at the chili cook-off over at Camden Yards on Saturday for the Baltimore station. So a lot of fun out there, raised a lot of great money for a great cause, and they had record turnout too as well. So, and the chili was pretty darn good. So mid to upper 70s across central Maryland for your highs today, even close to 80 degrees. The record today is 77. That was set just 2 years ago. So we should break that record. Close to 80 in D.C., lower 80s in Richmond, 75 in Philly. Overall, a very nice afternoon. But look at the temperature tracker. I mean, this looks like, I don't know, if you have a really bad portfolio in the stock market and you're like, oh man, these numbers are not good for the fourth quarter. Look at that. 60 tomorrow and Wednesday. We warm back up into Thursday and Friday, and then those numbers really fall off into Sunday and Monday of next week. So it will feel colder than average by next Monday. Here's the future scan. Again, staying dry. We're not tracking any rain, not until we get to Veterans Day Friday and into Saturday as well. And just 4 days out now from Veterans Day on your holiday countdown. 42 days until Hanukkah, and the winter solstice is in 44 days from right now. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Yeah, so we have Election Day tomorrow. Great weather for that. Obviously cooler. We'll wake up in the 40s and then a high of 60. And then those numbers, as I mentioned, will start to rise again as we head toward Veterans Day weekend. Patrice?
All right, thank you. Let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now. On the right, we've been talking about this all morning. A fatal accident, 95 southbound in Perryville. It involves 4 vehicles, a tractor trailer which is on its side. Now, the left lane is open and it is slowly letting traffic by, but you are going to be in a standstill in that area. Then on the left, 95 southbound in Elk Ridge, a vehicle on fire. The right lane of traffic in that area is getting by. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Here's Mark Jones with MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Penn Train 407, both running about 5 minutes late. Light Rail Link with a 20-minute delay in both directions certainly allowed time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link is single tracking between the Rogers Avenue and Mondawmin stations. That's due to maintenance, and you'll find the Upton station still closed due to flooding from last week. Shuttle buses remain in place to and from Upton Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
More than a dozen whistleblowers inside the FBI coming forward with charges of top officials playing politics. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the accusations.
5:54 and in your Vote 2022 coverage. Before tomorrow's high-stakes midterm elections, former President Donald Trump rallied voters in Latrobe, Pennsylvania.
Trump was stumping for gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano and U.S. Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz's Senate run, a race that could determine which party controls the upper chamber. Trump urged voters to turn out and bring on a red wave.
Our country is being destroyed. Biden and the far-left lunatics are waging war on Pennsylvania energy, crushing Pennsylvania jobs, gutting Pennsylvania communities, and strangling Pennsylvania families with soaring prices like you've never seen before.
Well, Oprah Winfrey endorses Democratic candidate John Fetterman over Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania's Senate race. Fetterman called her endorsement an honor and privilege, saying that she is a leader on so many issues. A representative for Oz responded to Winfrey's endorsement of Fetterman, saying Dr. Oz loves Oprah and respects the fact that they have different politics. He believes that we need more balance and less extremism in Washington.
At a rally in Chicago, President Joe Biden had some choice words for protesters, calling him a socialist. Biden says Republicans would claw back Social Security and Medicare if they gain control of the House and Senate. He says millions of working Americans have contributed to those programs and counted on payments for generations.
If we didn't have Social Security, the poverty rate for those over 65 would be 4 times what it is now. 4 times. I love those signs when I came in. Socialism. Give me a break. What idiots. Socialism.
Biden was referring to proposals from Republicans to sunset government programs, making it necessary for lawmakers to put programs up for a vote every 5 years. Polls show it is growing more and more likely that Republicans will take control of the House of Representatives after the election.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell gives us a peek at one main focus, the Department of Justice, more specifically the FBI.
The government agency charged with enforcing the law, now accused of abusing its authority for political purposes.
It's supposed to be equal treatment under the law. That's not happening, and we know it's not happening because 14 brave FBI agents came to us as whistleblowers and told us what exactly is going on here.
What's going on, according to the highest-ranking Republican on the House Judiciary Committee, is laid out in this just-released more than 1,000-page report, alleging the FBI is artificially inflating numbers about domestic violent extremism, and that it's investigating parents who spoke out at school board meetings, and that it spied on American citizens, including those associated with the Trump campaign.
At headquarters, we've got problems. And we got problems that I think are going to demand a legislative response and possible restructuring.
Charges of politicization at the Department of Justice also occurred under President Trump, including how he tried to get top officials to investigate election fraud, despite no evidence, almost appointing an attorney general he viewed as loyal to him in the final days of his presidency.
I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
In a statement, the FBI said, put quite simply, we follow the facts without regard for politics, acknowledging while opinions and criticisms come with the job, they will continue to follow the facts wherever they may lead. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general midterm election. Point your cameras, well, the phone right at your phone's camera right at the QR code. Or if you don't want to use the QR code, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Krispy Kreme is motivating you to vote with a deal you cannot resist. On Election Day, anyone can get a free original glazed donut. All you have to do is go to any Krispy Kreme location and you will receive the freebie. And the best part, you don't even need to buy anything to get the deal.
The debate continues on how best to handle squeegee kids in the city. Coming up, the information we're expecting from the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative this week and how people right here in Fells Point are responding.
Today, Baltimore City Council is expected to vote on speeding up their pension eligibility. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why this is raising concerns for some.
Our well above average temperatures continue, could be breaking records later today. We'll look at that and what we can expect when more November-like numbers return. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another warm one. Another foggy start. And then a warm up, no AC, windows open, really.
It's been a nice stretch. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast.
I mean, we haven't had the heat nor the air on in the last month and a half. So, and that's going to continue today, guys, where you will not need the heater on your drive into work. Tomorrow morning, a little different story, which we'll look at in a little bit. But our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group, we got some clouds and even some patchy fog for some of you as you wake up with us on your Monday. Check out these numbers, 59 in Rosedale, but 63 in Dundalk. We're still hanging at 66 at BWI. We're looking at 64, your number right now in Glen Burnie. So the weather story looks like this: a mild Monday morning, sunny and warm for the afternoon, a bit breezy at times, and we're talking near record high temperatures. So Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Temperatures in the mid 60s for the next few hours and dry. We're not really tracking rain till we get to the end of the week. We'll look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, 6:01 and out to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're following two incidents for you this morning. You see on the right-hand side there, that's 95 South, right near the Tidings Bridge, coming out of Delaware. There was a semi. We're told it was a fatal accident, and there's a semi on its side, and that is causing one lane on the left lane to get by. Then also on the top left of your screen right there, that is in Elk Ridge, where we are also hearing 4 vehicles involved in that accident. The left lane is now blocked there, so 3 lanes are getting over to the right. Looks like they've cleared out majority of that, so hopefully that traffic buildup southbound in Ellicott City is going to move, and you'll be moving along just fine now.
6:01 now in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative this week.
Now, the group has been meeting since July, but has not allowed cameras inside its public meetings.
Now, we know the recommendations will likely include Squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for Squeegee kids who stop. Now, there's been debate over the program and how effective it will actually be. Shannon Lilly is joining us from Fells Point, where people are reacting to the plan. Shannon.
Yeah, and right now, Patrice, Mayor Brandon Scott is remaining tight-lipped about the full details of this plan, but he does say those details will be released after Election Day. Of course, we know the election is tomorrow, so we do expect to hear more very soon. But as you mentioned, in the meantime, people right here in Fells Point are reacting to what we know so far about this plan. Many are at their tipping points, but some are optimistic. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
People are so hesitant to come downtown, so they're going to give guaranteed income to lawlessness, but nothing to the victims. I mean, people's cars have been damaged, people have been physically assaulted, and one innocent man was murdered. It's not right.
I think anything's worth a try. They're out there obviously looking for income, skipping school or whatever because they need the income for their families.
Again, so far what we do know about the plan is that Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves, and they'll also be assigned to specific areas. They're also going to be guaranteed income that will be made available to young men who do not engage in the activity. But coming up in the next half hour, we are going to hear from a program leader already working with Squeegee kids, and he has some different ideas about how best to incentivize them that he would do differently than what the city is planning to do. We're going to hear his take coming up soon. Reporting live from Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we want to remind you there are laws in place that the city could enforce to get Squeegee kids out of the intersections. One state stepping to a roadway to ask for a ride, business, or employment is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers, using obscene language, and intimidation. Mayor Brandon Scott says he will not enforce those laws. He considers it panhandling. Now, stay with Fox 45 News. We'll continue to talk with city leaders and try to get answers about the Squeegee kids in the week ahead. We have complete coverage when the Squeegee Collaborative's recommendations are officially announced. We'll have that both on air and online.
Well, tomorrow is Election Day. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium when Baltimore City voters head to the polls. They will see Question K.
It asks about term limits for Baltimore City leaders, and now those that would be impacted by the law are pushing back.
Olivia Dance is joining us live right now from Southwest Baltimore with the vote that's happening today. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, that's right. And in just a few hours, supporters of Question K will gather right here outside of this polling place to encourage voters to support the term limits. But this comes as the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. Now, Question K would establish a 2-term limit for the mayor, council president, comptroller, and city council members. The term limits, though, would only apply to one office at a time, still allowing for a career of public service.
If this thing passes on Tuesday, the term limits, that goes into effect 2024. So why have this new pension system in effect immediately when you don't have to? Right now, with the 12-year pension, it's about $1.5 million a year, right? So we know that. And boy, you talk about the finance department and they say, slow things down.
Now, you just heard from David Williams, who's from the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he says the additional costs would fall on taxpayers. The city's retirement system manages the city's pension fund, and the head of that office is laying out this message to Baltimore attorney Carville Collins.
The bill and market conditions have the potential to reduce the funding status to below 100%, at which time there will be a cost to the city. Going forward, the actuarial liability will continue to increase due to an earlier 8-year vesting period.
Leaders from the Fraternal Order of Police say financial reasons are why the council voted to scale back pensions for firefighters and police 12 years ago. In a statement over the weekend, the FOP calling city council's push one of the most egregious privilege class moves against labor in recent history. And city council members will meet at 5 this evening to discuss modifying the retirement system. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Those in favor of the bill say city council members deserve a pension, even if they only serve 2 terms.
Then it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms, you get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Should Baltimore City Council members get a full pension after just 2 terms instead of 3? 98% of voters have already voted, say it should be 3 terms. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. 6:07 Maryland gubernatorial candidates making their final push before tomorrow's midterm election.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the campaign events unfolding and the latest poll numbers. Megan.
A lot going on, guys. Taking you live to the White House here this morning, where at 7 o'clock tonight, President Biden and the First Lady will leave, heading to Bowie, Maryland, to back Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore. Now, we are expecting the Republican response to this here today, and it's coming at 10 o'clock this morning. In Ellicott City, we're hearing that Yuripsi Morgan, who is the nominee for Congress in Maryland's new 3rd District, Ellen Kittleman, the nominee for Howard County Executive, and Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford will be giving the, again, Republican response to the campaign visit from President Joe Biden. Meantime, here, gubernatorial candidate on the Republican side, Dan Cox, holding his big event just yesterday here with former President Trump's spokesperson and radio host Kimberly Klacik. Right now, here's how it breaks down. We've got several polls showing Moore with an impressive lead over Cox. If that holds, Moore would become the state's first black governor. Other big races, guys, that we're keeping an eye on tomorrow. The race for comptroller with Democrat Brooke Learman and Republican Barry Glassman. Also, the race for Maryland Attorney General, Democrat Anthony Brown facing off against Republican Michael Perutka. We're going to keep you posted as the polls open in now 17 hours and counting down. That's the latest from our live center.
A deadly police shooting in West Baltimore. Just ahead, what we're learning about the person killed and his connection to no-shoot zones.
Tomorrow, Baltimore City voters will have to vote on term limits. Just ahead, a look at both sides on why it should or should not be passed.
Rolling into Monday with cloud cover out there at this moment, but we'll have more sunshine and possibly breaking records with our high temps. We'll talk about it coming up. Welcome back. Monday morning, 6:12 is your time right now. Looking outside our Towson camera. Yeah, the sun is going to come up in just a little bit from right now. So obviously earlier sunrises, but also earlier sunsets. Now, today on your Out the Door cast, no need for the jacket. Definitely those sunglasses, as we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the afternoon.
Well, the 8th annual Star Stripes Chow Chili Cook-Off took over Camden Yards. Look at that guy right there in the front. He looks familiar with the shades on and everything. Just add why the event made a bit of history.
The Ravens will be taking on the New Orleans Saints today. How you can show us your purple pride. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. Look how pretty that is, all morning. .6:15 in a city in crisis. A deadly police shooting is under investigation in West Baltimore.
Yeah, just yesterday afternoon, police responding to the Harlem Park area following reports of a man seen attacking a woman with a knife.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with what happened. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. Baltimore police coming into a very tense situation yesterday. The police commissioner says officers tried to get that man to drop the knife and step away from the woman, but that is not what happened. The initial 911 call came in around 3:30 in the afternoon here along West Lafayette and North Fulton Avenue. Now, folks had reported a man wielding a knife attacking a woman going down the street you see there. When police arrived, they say officers ordered the man to drop the knife, and he did not do that. But take a listen to what he did do, according to the commissioner.
And he approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
And that man still had a knife in his hand when that completed. Officers say two people were involved, two officers rather. It's not clear how many shots were fired, but they're now working with the state attorney's office to review body camera footage, surveillance video, and a social media video. They say shows you can hear those shots on the video. The man who was taken to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center, where he died from his injuries, though. Thankfully, the woman involved in this attack was not hurt.
Have the
Police provided any updates, though, on the suspect in this case.
Well, police have not identified the man who was killed, but multiple sources confirming to FOX45 News that the victim was Tyree Moorhead. You remember him. He's a former gang member who was known for producing hundreds of no-shoot zones. That's the latest here in the studio. Back to you, Tom.
Well, developing now, the investigation continues into the death of pop star Aaron Carter, found dead in his bathtub in California.
Now, authorities reportedly receiving a 911 call Saturday morning from a house sitter who said a man drowned in a bathtub. Officers then responded to the home in Lancaster, a city about 70 miles north of Los Angeles, where authorities do not suspect foul play. Aaron Carter started his career just the age of 9 and rose to fame in the early 2000s with smash hits like I Want Candy and Aaron's Party.
Now, the singer's brother, member of the famed Backstreet Boys, Nick Carter, writing on Instagram, quote, "My heart is broken. Even though my brother and I have a complicated relationship, my love for him has never faded. The truth is that addiction and mental illness is the real villain here. I will miss my brother more than anyone will ever know." Aaron Carter leaves behind a young son named Prince, who was born just last year.
6:18 is the time now. We want to find out exactly how to dress the kids before they head down to the bus stop.
Amazing temperature still. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. So I'm going to enjoy this for today's the last day, though, because you're saying it's changing.
Exactly right. And by the way, I got to say, I'm really happy to be back on our show because, you know, it was nice to sleep in on Thursday and Friday morning. But let me tell you, I'd rather be here than with the animals on the freeway. I mean, it was crazy. This woman was driving right behind me into the harbor tunnel. And then I was like, I can't go anywhere else, ma'am. I don't know what to do. And then as she drove by me, she finally got around me. She gave me, she was like, hey, you're number one. And I was like, oh, I'm number one. Cool. Thank you. I'm like, what? I don't know.
It's nice to not have traffic in the morning.
It's so nice to be here and talk about the traffic and the weather and not have to deal with our friend. So I understand. Either way.
Sorry that happened to you.
Thank you, Patrice. I'll try to get over it. Let's take a look outside right now. It is really pretty. Yeah, and look at that orange. I called it an Orioles orange sunrise here this morning. By the way, Trey Mancini is now a World Series winner. We all love Trey Mancini here, even though he's on the Astros now. But either way, we are looking at a gorgeous start this morning. Some patchy fog for some of you and mild temperatures. 66 is your current temp at BWI. So a little westerly wind, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. We will see that wind pick up. This as the cold front is making its way through. So you think, all right, cool, it's going to be colder. Not today, but tomorrow for sure, because we're going to get what we call a downsloping wind coming off the mountains and into the area this afternoon that will keep our temperatures mild and well above average. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're talking about mid-70s through 7 a.m., upper 70s, mid-60s, through 7 a.m., and then upper 70s into the noon hour, even in that later part of the afternoon, we're talking mid to upper 70s. Now, the average high for the day is 60, 79 is where we're going to end up. And look at the record set just a couple of years ago in 2020 of 77. So we're looking to break the record high for this afternoon, as that sun will be up only until 4:59 tonight. Mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon, and up and down the 95 corridor, more of the same, close to 80 in D.C., lower 80s in Richmond later today. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up on your car wash cast, no issues here. 3 greens across the board on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So here's a look at our future scan. Again, we stay dry. The front passes through, and we're not tracking rain, not until we get to Veterans Day on Friday and into Saturday as well. Sheriff Little Bit and Buddy right there, some of our leftover Halloween pet pics from Charlie Watson. Love those great pet pics, and we'll start doing some holiday pet pics. So get those to me, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Election Day will be cooler. We're going to wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning. We're only going to get to 60 on Tuesday afternoon, and same number for you Wednesday before those numbers do kind of moderate a bit into Thursday and Friday for Veterans Day. But yeah, we're definitely dealing with rain from Friday into most of Saturday as well. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Still dealing with that one incident, though, 95 southbound. We're talking about right in Perryville. There was 4 vehicles involved. We're also told that it was a deadly accident. You can still see the flashing lights right there, and that is right before you get to the Tidings Bridge. A lot of people moving and going over to Route 1 to head down now, but still a backup there, 95 south out of Delaware. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit around the Baltimore region, though. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 both running about 5 minutes late. Light Rail Link with a 25 to 30 minute delay. Metro Subway Link dealing with about a 5 to 10 minute delay. That's due to single tracking between the Rogers Avenue and Mondawmin Station. Certainly allow time for travel there. And in addition, out there on Metro Subway Link, you'll find the Upton Station still closed. That's due to the flooding situation of last week. Shuttle buses are in place to and from the Upton Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Tomorrow is Election Day, and Baltimore City residents will vote on Question K. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those both for and against the term limits.
Tomorrow is Election Day, and one question you will vote on is the possible renaming of Maryland's highest courts. Just ahead, why the names need to be changed, and what does it mean for you? 622, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Making headlines this morning, the Powerball jackpot has hit a new record, $1.9 billion. There was no winner in Saturday night's drawing. The next drawing is tonight. Now, the new prize can be taken as an annuity over 29 years or as a one-time payment of $929 million, likely to go up. The last prize was drawn in early August. There's now been 40 draws without a winner.
On a 2-1, Alvarez hits a high drive center field. Vierling's back. This game is turned upside down.
Yeah, they were going crazy in Houston, rightly so. World Series 2022 title now belongs to the Houston Astros. Game 6 ending, the Astros beating the Phillies 4-1. This is the second title in 6 years for the Astros. However, Not being far removed, though, from the cheating scandal of 2017 for the Astros. So there's a big asterisk there, but yeah, they dominated this series. Well, starting off with a few clouds for you this morning, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what to expect for the work week ahead.
A program leader with boots on the ground has a different take on how to handle the squeegee kid issue. We're going to hear his take coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and another warm one for you this morning when you step out the door.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the right side of your screen, guys, as you're at home waking up with us right now, and numbers are in the 60s for most of us, even some mid-60s out there. We're seeing some of those clouds hang around as well as the cold front is passing through. Now, along this frontal boundary, we will see those clouds stick around, but as we head later into the day, expecting to see a lot more sunshine. Check out some of these numbers, too. We're at 50 in Oakland right now, but we're at 66 in Westminster and Baltimore. Same number in Bel Air out through Chestertown, 64 currently in Annapolis. So getting on the roads here in the next couple of hours, Mr. Bo says we are good to go with numbers in the mid to upper 60s under partly cloudy skies. High of 79 today. That would break the record set just a couple of years ago. But then Tuesday and Wednesday, look at those numbers. Only highs in the upper 50s and lower 60s. So the cooler air right around the corner. And we'll take a closer look at this as we head into the rest of the work week coming up.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle squeegee kids. But preliminary information about the plan is being met with some criticism.
We know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop squeegeeing.
Shannon Lindley joins us live with how one group already working to get squeegee kids out of the intersections is reacting to the part of the plan that we have heard from the Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon.
Well, for one, Patrice, they say they would do things differently because they would give squeegee kids the opportunity to earn this incentive rather than just getting the incentive. But they say in order for any plan to work, it needs to focus on the heart of the issue of why these kids are squeegeeing in the first place. They believe that's poverty, and that's what they're trying to tackle right now.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
Yeah, you just heard from Marlo Hargrove, who's already been on the ground. He's the executive director of FACE, and that's a nonprofit working to transition people released from prison back into society. But now they're also working to move squeegee kids off of corners with his own unique program. So how it works, they're partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids a nice pair of sneakers. And the idea is to engage them with shoes that get them to the services that then get them off the streets. And we're talking services like mental health, substance abuse, and job readiness programs. Law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes guiding them to tools that will help is the key, but he says to wait to condemn the city's plan until we have a full picture of what it is.
And no one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
Well, meanwhile, Hargrove's biggest critique of this plan is that groups like his that are already affecting change are not even being brought to the table. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
5:34 now. Election Day is tomorrow, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium in the last-minute push to sway voters.
For Baltimore City voters, they will have to vote on Question K, which would create term limits for certain city leaders.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Southwest Baltimore with more, with those that are against it and for Question K. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And these signs behind me here, you can see that there are many people that are for Question K, but there's also many that are against it. But at 9 this morning, supporters of the term limits will gather here outside of the West Side Skills Center, which is also a polling place, to try and sway voters. Now, if Question K is passed, it would create 2 term limits for Baltimore's mayor, comptroller, city council president, and council members. And at the start of early voting, supporters of Question K held a rally. Take a listen.
This has nothing to do with any political party. Democrats, Republicans, independents all support term limits as a smart political process across the country.
The term limits would only apply to one office at a time, meaning an elected leader could serve 8 years as a council member, then another 8 years as council president or mayor. But those against the term limits say they are designed to serve special interest groups and not voters.
It is not a community-led initiative. It is a tool used by outsiders who do not care about our city or our citizens.
Ultimately, though, it will be the decision of voters tomorrow on Election Day. And I've personally spoken to voters both for and against Question K, so it'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance of Fox 45 Morning News.
On the eve of the midterm elections, we're getting word that more than 40 million people have already voted across the country, outpacing the pre-election ballot count for 2018.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the numbers just coming in. Megan.
All right, let's check it out, guys. As of right now, we've got Texas, Florida, and California. Take a look with the most ballots cast, which includes In-person early votes, that includes mail-in ballots, both returned and requested. Then we've got Maryland right here coming in with nearly 755,000 early votes. Let's break it down for you here. Democrats accounting for 43% of the vote so far, Republicans with 34%, and then third-party voters with 23%. And remember, guys, control of both chambers of Congress is on the line. As we take a live look from our nation's capital, we know with all 435 House seats are up for grabs and 35 of the 100 Senate seats. Again, tomorrow is the midterm election. We're covering everything from the races at our nation's capital to the local races here as well. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
All right, thank you, Megan. Mayor Brenda Scott set to release the Squeegee Collaborative later this week. Just ahead, why the debate over squeegee kids in Baltimore is intensifying.
We could be breaking records as far as our temperatures today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when typical temperatures for November will return. Enjoy while you can. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
One of the last polls before Election Day shows Democrats catching up a little bit on Republicans on enthusiasm.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live this morning from Capitol Hill. So, Kayla, does this mean that the landscape is improving for Democrats ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, Patrice, so we really saw Republicans gaining steam and momentum heading into Election Day, and now Democrats seem to be catching up, but Democrats do still have some pretty big uphill battles. A new NBC News poll shows 70% of registered voters think the country is headed in the wrong direction. Not a great number since Democrats currently have control of the government. 81% say they are very or somewhat dissatisfied with the economy, and poll after poll has shown the economy and inflation are top issues for voters. President Biden's approval ratings are also not helping. They remain at a grim just 44%. Democratic strategists and pollsters still predict that Tuesday will be a tough day for the left. And going by history, we also expect Republicans to take control. In modern times, the party that holds the White House has gone on to lose control of Congress during that president's first midterm elections. It happened with former President Trump in 2018 and with President Obama in 2010. So it really won't be that surprising. It will be in line with history if Republicans take control on Tuesday.
National correspondent out of D.C., Kayla Gaskins, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
A multi-million-dollar bond issue now on the ballot for Baltimore County voters. What this means for you and the pitfalls with the bonds.
As Election Day approaches, school board races across the country are front and center. Just ahead, a look at races experts say could have national impact. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 in your morning rush. Tomorrow is Election Day, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, they will see Question K, which asks them about term limits for city leaders. Olivia Dance is joining us live now. And Olivia, those who are going to be impacted by Question K are starting to take action.
Yeah, Patrice, that's right. And in just a few hours, supporters of Question K will actually gather here outside of this polling place to try and encourage voters to support the term limits. This comes as the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. And City Council members will meet at 5 this evening to discuss modifying the retirement system. But for some background, though, Question K would establish a 2-term limit for the mayor, council president, comptroller, and city council members. But I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up, find out why City Council's vote today is raising concerns for some. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle the squeegee kids. But preliminary information about that plan being met with some strong criticism. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Fells Point with how people are responding. Shannon.
Yeah, we spoke with people right here in Fells Point, Tom, who were here for the Fells Point Fun Festival over the weekend. And many business owners and people that we spoke to are frustrated and at a tipping point, saying that people already feel uncomfortable coming downtown because they don't want to have to interact with squeegee kids. Others, though, are optimistic about the plan that the city is saying will happen. Of course, we don't have the full details about this plan just yet. We do know that it includes a guaranteed income program for squeegee kids who agree to stop squeegeeing. But the mayor says that he will announce the full details of this plan after Election Day. So we do expect to know something very soon. Stay with us because in just about 15 minutes, we're going to hear from people on both sides of this argument. Now back to you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, has been talking about what? Warmer temperatures, almost summer-like temperatures.
I know it's going to be really hot today, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, guys. I mean, it's almost where we needed the AC driving around yesterday, even though we had the cloud cover and some of the rain showers overall. Great weekend for Fells Fest. It was kind of weird because it was in the first weekend of November, but it actually felt more like the first weekend of October where we typically have Fells Fest. So I don't know if Poe had anything to do with that. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam right now as we look outside. The sun is now up, and we are seeing some clouds coming in at this moment. Temperatures that are mild right now, even warm. 66 your temperature in Towson. Little westerly wind, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. That wind is going to pick up, the northwesterly wind. The cold front is passing through as we speak. So you see that big old line right there, right over central Maryland. That's what's taking place. And that's why we have some of the cloud cover along the front. May see a stray shower or two, but really not looking for much as that frontal boundary starts to cross into our area. And then behind that, much cooler. So over the next few hours, as you rise and shine with us, note the sunrise and sunset times different because we are now back to standard time. Mid to upper 60s over the course of the next few hours. And if you're hanging out there at the Hunt Valley Town Center in the 10 o'clock hour, already at the lower 70s. Great day for lunch outdoors. A bit breezy this afternoon, close to 80 degrees. We actually hit 80 on Saturday and 78 yesterday. And then back into the lower 70s in that 5 o'clock hour as that sun goes to bed earlier this evening. Here's a look at your high temps. And again, the average is in the lower 60s, so mid to upper 70s across central Maryland for Columbia, down through Laurel, Annapolis at 76, Eastern Shore in the low to mid and upper 70s. Temps across most of the mid-Atlantic down through the southeast are well above average. Notice the cooler temperatures in Chicago and Detroit today. That's some of that colder air that we're going to get in on by the time we head into tomorrow. And you can see what's going on. Look at this temperature tracker graphic. I mean, we are going to be talking about a major roller coaster going down, coming back up a little bit into Thursday and Friday, but then those numbers really falling off as we head into the end of the weekend. And we do have some more rain on the way, but not really until we get into Veterans Day on Friday. So again, our future scan is dry for the next few days. 4 days out from Veterans Day. We're just 17 days now until Thanksgiving, and 6 weeks from tonight will be the first night of Hanukkah. And now, look, we have on there on the winter solstice, Sam the snowman right there. He's doing his dance. 44 days until winter, the shortest day of the year. Election day, weather looks great. Colder. We're going to wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning and a high of about 60. We'll keep those temperatures in the upper 50s and lower 60s Wednesday before, as I mentioned, we warm up a little bit. But notice on Friday and Saturday, that's where the rainy conditions come in, especially late Friday afternoon. Most of Saturday will be rainy, and then those temperatures really start to fall off. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. And now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are seeing a slowdown on the outer loop near Liberty Road, so give yourself a little extra time in that direction.
Well, history is made at the 8th annual Star Stripes and Chow Chili Cook-Off, benefiting the Baltimore station. Happened this weekend at Camden Yards, and get this, for the first time in history, the event sold out. They also had the most teams ever competing for Best Chili.
You saw that face there. Our very own Justin Chambers was one of the judges for the event. The overall winner, Mount Hebron High in Howard County. The Baltimore station helps homeless veterans right here in Charm City.
Are they all cupcakes? Isn't a flag right there?
They were.
Yeah?
Yep.
How many did you get? Which ones?
I had
red,
0
white,
cupcakes. If you see
you
the
were
chili,
full off the chili.
Look at the chili right there. There were 9 cups of chili for us to try, and those are all the judges. They had all of these veterans there, and then me. I don't know why I was there, but I was happy to be there. And then the Sound Check Academy, they are a group of kids. You guys think of like School of Rock, you know that movie?
Oh yeah.
These kids were they're playing Beastie Boys, and they were doing like Radiohead, and they were just. And I turned around, I was like, there's like 10-year-old up there. They were really good. They were really good in Howard County.
Let me ask you this: so for you, since you were one of the judges doing the taste testing, what makes for a good bowl of chili? What do you look for?
So in my opinion, I do not like sweet. So I want it to be salty. I want it to be chunky, but not too chunky, because there were some chilies that were like kind of, I don't know, like stringy. Yeah, it had too much of the chew in there.
Yeah.
But overall, those kids at Mount Hebron High, I mean, it was almost unanimous. There was one guy who was like, I don't like 4, but almost unanimous. So it's pretty cool. It was a great event for a great organization. So
impressive. And great weather out there for it. All right. Thanks, Justin.
Yep.
We'll take a live look now from New Orleans this morning as we're looking ahead to tonight's matchup against the Saints.
Tanya Fletcher and her friends repping the purple. She says in New Orleans supporting our Ravens. So thank you for chiming in more than 1,000 miles away. We appreciate that.
Yes. And of course, today is Purple Monday. We want to see your purple pride. Send in your pictures, videos, right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use the Fox 45 mobile app. Just click on the Explore tab, then chime in.
Well, whiskey is never risky at one Baltimore distillery. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark goes behind the scenes this morning of the Sagamore Spirit.
Never miss a Monday when it comes to your workouts either. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we get to the core of your strength building routine.
And never miss coffee on a Monday morning. It's time for a coffee break.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we getting money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
Yeah, heated interactions, though, between squeegee kids and drivers on city street corners. To address the problem, Mayor Brandon Scott set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative later this week. We know the recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct and designated enforcement zone, plus a guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop squeegeeing. Very similar to the Monzi program to pay criminals off before they commit a crime. Well, joining us now, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, so why not bring it to the people that are committing the crime, even though Mayor Scott says this is not a criminal activity because he says they are just like panhandlers. But he says, why don't you guys come up with a code of conduct? We'll follow that, and that if you do stop squeegeeing, we'll pay you. So crime actually does pay here in Baltimore.
You know, I don't know what you call snatching someone's wallet after they offer you $2 and taking the whole wallet. Taking their phone and cash apping money to yourself. Maybe the mayor nor the chief of police doesn't understand the definition of crime anymore, Tom. I just, it's baffling to most people. And if someone wants to commit crime, it's not always about their needing money or needing resources. That's just who they are and how they think and how they feel. They have no respect for people. And the fact that you think you can pay someone to stop this kind of behavior, and you set up your own rules of governance. I mean, if you were not in America in a major city like Baltimore, you'd absolutely think this is a joke. This is some kind of comedy hour on Saturday Night Live, a skit.
Well, Armstrong, though, there's two different things going on here. We have the squeegee kids on one side, right, that are going to under the squeegee collaborative. So the mayor's pushing that. Also, somebody that he appointed to for the Monsi program is paying criminals to not commit crime. So if you prove, and she kept referring to them as groups, a lot of people are saying that just means gangs. But if you stop committing the crimes, we'll pay you starting salary of $350 to $375 a month, and it goes up from there for not committing crimes. They're kind of like almost tied hand in hand a little bit, even though they are separate programs. But this is saying, why obey laws like any tax-paying responsible adult, like that soundbite we just had, because your money is just going to go to pay off criminals to not commit crimes.
It only makes the matters worse, and it's certainly not an impetus for people not to do crime, because this is about character and your respect for individuals. And you can pay someone all the money you want, but it doesn't change their character, doesn't change their moral compass. They may take the money for a minute, but they continue to do exactly what's in their DNA, to commit these crimes and disrupt people's lives.
If I'm a student sitting in a Baltimore City school right now going, why am I here? Why am I here? My friends are making money. Now you hear, hey, if you just go out and say that you're a squeegee kid, you'll get money. And why not just do that?
And they will. It will pay to be a squeegee kid now. Whether you're a squeegee kid or not, you encourage the worst kind of behavior, and you're sending the wrong message to criminals who commit criminal behavior and criminal activity.
Be interesting to see if this happened in any other city at any other point and worked. I know that there were some programs in Philadelphia back in the late 80s and early 90s, and they canceled those because they just didn't work to pay kids to go to school. So we'll see.
It didn't work then, and it won't work now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Armstrong.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure. Stay right here with Fox 45. We will continue to press city leaders for answers about the squeegee kids issue in the week ahead. We'll have complete coverage when the Squeegee Collaborative's recommendations are officially announced, both on air and online.
The Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative will announce their full plan to handle squeegee kids this week. Coming up, what people here in Fells Point are saying about the plan so far.
How much cost will there be to the Baltimore City taxpayer? Well, we don't know, and neither does the Baltimore City retirement system.
Today, the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote on a measure that would speed up pension eligibility if Question K is passed. Coming up, why this is being pushed along faster than normal.
Temperatures are going to be potentially breaking records today. We'll look at how long these warm numbers are sticking around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to all of you on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get over to our meteorologist this morning because, I mean, my goodness, the last 5 days have just been unordinary.
Amazing. Yes.
The entire month of November, guys, we've been above 69 degrees or warmer, and 80 on Saturdays. So overall, we're going to see another day today where our record is 77. We're looking for a high of 79. You can see the cloud cover that's out there right now. But as we head later into the afternoon, wind is going to pick up, a lot more sunshine, and those temperatures will warm up rapidly. A lot of yellow and kind of orange here with your color contours. We're in the 60s for the most part. One of the cooler spots is Rosedale at 59, but we're at 65 in Bel Air, 61 your temp in Joppatown. So your morning drive looks like this. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Probably, maybe even need the AC by the time we get to the afternoon, but no need for that heater for sure this morning. Temperature staying in the 60s. Upper 70s for our high today. That's what we're looking for. And you can see right there the record set back in 2020. And that sun goes to bed a little earlier tonight now that we're in standard time. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we are seeing some slowdowns here starting to build up on the outer loop. This is a live look right near Liberty Road, exit 17. There was an accident earlier there that caused some delays, but that was cleaned up pretty quickly, and you can see maybe this is some of the residual.
7:01 now. In a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative this week.
Now, the group has been meeting since July, but has not allowed cameras inside any of their public meetings.
We know these recommendations will likely include Squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for Squeegee kids who stop. Now, there has been debate over the program and how effective it will be. Shannon Lilly joins us live from Fells Point, where people are reacting. Shannon.
Well, right now, Patrice, Mayor Scott is remaining tight-lipped about the full details of the plan, but he does say that those full details will be released after Election Day. Of course, that's tomorrow, so we do expect to know more very soon. Meanwhile, people right here in Fells Point, as you mentioned, responding to this plan. They were here for the Fells Point Fun Festival over the weekend, and we spoke with business owners and people that were here. Some are frustrated and at a tipping point, while others are optimistic. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
People are so hesitant to come downtown, so they're going to give guaranteed income to lawlessness, but nothing to the victims. I mean, people's cars have been damaged, people have been physically assaulted, and one innocent man was murdered. It's not right.
I think anything's worth a try. They're out there obviously looking for income, skipping school or whatever because they need the income for their families.
Again, so far what we do know about the plan is that Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves, and they're going to be assigned to specific areas. We also know that a guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who do not engage in the activity. But coming up in the next half hour, we are going to hear from a program leader who already works with Squeegee kids and is already working to try to help them and get them off city streets, and he has a different take on how the city should go about this, and we're going to hear his take coming up in about 30 minutes. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And now we want to hear what you think. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? Right now, 99% of people who voted say yes.
Well, tomorrow is Election Day, and Fox 45 is taking you beyond the podium. When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, they will see Question K.
It asks about term limits for Baltimore City leaders, and now those who would be impacted by that law are pushing back.
Olivia Dan's joining us live now from Southwest Baltimore with the vote, this rushed vote that's happening today. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, in just a couple hours now at 9 this morning, supporters of Question K will gather outside of this polling place here to encourage voters to support the term limits. But this comes as the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. Now, Question K would establish a 2-term limit for the mayor, council president, comptroller, and city council members. But the term limits would only apply to one office at a time, though, which would still allow for a career of public service.
If this thing passes on Tuesday, the term limits, that goes into effect 2024. So why have this new pension system in effect immediately when you don't have to? Right now, with the 12-year pension, it's about $1.5 million a year, right? So we know that. And boy, you talk about the finance department and they say, slow things down.
You just heard from David Williams, who's from the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he says the additional costs would fall on taxpayers. The city's retirement system manages the city pension fund, and the head of that office is laying out this message to Baltimore attorney Carville Collins.
The bill and market conditions have the potential to reduce the funding status to below 100%, at which time there will be a cost to the city. Going forward, the actuarial liability will continue to increase due to an earlier 8-year vesting period.
Now, leaders from the Fraternal Order of Police say financial reasons are why the council voted to scale back pensions for firefighters and police 12 years ago. In a statement over the weekend, the FOP calling city council's push one of the most egregious privileged class moves against labor in recent history. And city council members will meet at 5 this evening to discuss modifying the retirement plan. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, here to discuss the vote that is happening today, former mayoral candidate Bob Wallace joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. How are you?
I'm great. All right, so here's the question. Should the council move their pension to 2 terms in line with what Question K would limit them to per position, or should they have to serve their current 3 terms?
Well, you know, it is disappointing, but not surprising. So there are 2 questions I would ask in pushing any kind of changes or legislation. Number 1, does it benefit the people of the city? Number 2, is it affordable? If the answer is no to both questions, then that change or that law should not be pushed. So I disagree with it.
So their argument would be, though, if you limit us to 2 terms, then that's what the pension should be based on, the 2 terms you're telling us to serve. I did my 2 terms and that's it. But technically, there's nothing stopping them from pursuing a 3rd term, just like before term limits.
No, it doesn't. You know, my father used to always say, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. So if their objective is to serve the people and to solve problems, then this should not be an issue. But if their objective is to serve themselves, then this would fall in place with what we're seeing. So that's a problem about intent, with intent.
The FOP shot back at them, calling it egregious and privileged because the city pushed pensions for fire and police officers from 20 to 25 years, and they cited financial reasons. So now the FOP coming out, those officers and the firefighters, are they justified in their anger?
I think they are. I think there needs to be some kind of commonality and some kind of long-term objective as to what all this means. I think, once again, if the objective is to serve the people or to solve the problems of the people, then I say, yes, go forward. But if we can't afford it, if it doesn't make sense, and it ends up hurting the city, then it's a problem.
And talk to us quickly about the way this is happening, the rush to get, I mean, this is all coming up within just a couple of weeks, a big push to get it done today before elections tomorrow. And again, this is all contingent on whether Question K actually goes through. But talk about the process of what appears to be rushing this.
Well, I think they know that Question K will be passed. I think they know that the people of the city are fed up with this incompetence and with not addressing the needs of the people. And so I think that this is a rush effort to protect themselves and to support themselves. And I think that the people of the city, when they look at what they're getting today from their political leaders and what they should be getting, they will vote okay to Question K.
All right. Well, we'll see what today's vote brings. Bob Wallace, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Maryland gubernatorial candidates are making their final push before tomorrow's midterm election.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the campaign events unfolding and the latest poll numbers. Megan.
Yeah, taking you live to the White House here this morning, Patrice, where we know tonight at 7 o'clock, President Biden and the First Lady, they'll be leaving the White House, heading to Bowie, Maryland, to back Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore. Now, we are expecting the Republican response to the president's visit to happen at 10 o'clock this morning. That's happening in Ellicott City with Urip C. Morgan, nominee for Congress in Maryland's 3rd District, Ellen Kittleman, nominee for Howard County Executive, and Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford. Again, that is the response to the president's visit later tonight. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox, meantime, he held his big campaign event yesterday with former President Trump's spokesperson and radio host Kimberly Klacik. Right now, let's break it down. Several polls showing Moore with an impressive lead over Cox. If that holds, Moore would become the state's first black governor. Some other big races we're keeping an eye on for you tomorrow. The race for comptroller, we've got Democrat Brooke Learman and Republican Barry Glassman facing off. Also, the race for Maryland Attorney General, Democrat Anthony Brown facing off against Republican Michael Perutka. We're going to keep you posted as the polls open now in 16 hours and counting. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. We're taking you live to New Orleans this morning where the Ravens will be taking on the Saints. First kick, 8:15 tonight is the kickoff.
The Ravens are going to be missing some key players, though. The team announced that tight end Mark Andrews is out as he recovers from knee and shoulder injuries. He leads the Ravens in catches, receiving yards, and touchdowns this season, so he'll definitely be missed.
Yeah, all right. Now we want to get another check with your forecast, though. We have a very vocal meteorologist, Justin Chambers, here talking about it. I mean, New Orleans, the last guy that was standing where you were on the morning news was a New Orleans Saints fan. He's now moved to Nightside. We got rid of him. So what are you thinking, though? No, I think if the Ravens can stay true to the core of what their team is, which is obviously Lamar running and a running team, that power offense, you get Likely involved, which he's going to get his first start tonight.
Step up.
I mean, that's going to be, but it's tough. It's Monday night. It's always tough in the New Orleans Superdome, whatever it's called now, Mercedes-Benz, or I don't know what the heck it's called, but Caesars. It's the Caesars Superdome. I just remember that.
That's right.
But so if they can do that, I mean, it's on the carpet, and let them fly. The greatest show on turf. Let's make it part 2. I think. Sounds good. What about the weather? I don't know. You asked me about the Ravens, so you want me to do weather too? It's weird too, guys, because it's Purple Monday. Remember, we had a Purple Thursday, and then if we win tonight, it'll be a Victory Tuesday tomorrow. So here's a look at our live cam from Towson. You can see some of those clouds that are around right now. And look at statewide, our temperatures are very mild, even upper 60s for you in Westminster this hour, 65 in Baltimore, 64 in Annapolis, Eastern Shore also in those mid to upper 60s at this hour. So as you head out the door, make sure to grab the sunglasses. No need for a jacket or an umbrella, even though we have some of those clouds that are kind of hanging around right now. And temps will climb today into the mid to upper 70s. I know we had some rain yesterday and late Saturday night into Sunday, but overall, some of those leaves will start drying out and you'll be able to get the yard raked up. Good to go later today. Back to you. Thank you, Justin. Well, coming up in our next half hour, those who support Question K will rally and try and sway voters today. If passed, the other laws that could be impacted. And a deadly police shooting is now under investigation. What we're learning this morning about the man and police say they killed in his connection to no-shoot zones.
Arthritis impacts over 52 million people in the U.S. After the break, different strategies to live more comfortably. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:15, and arthritis is a disease that results in the inflammation of the joints, affects more than 52 million people right here in the U.S. and is more common in adults over the age of 65. Physician assistant with GBMC Health Partners Orthopedics, Alexa Bartley, is joining us live now for a Monday morning house call. And Alexa, thank you so much for discussing this with us, though. Pain that you feel at your joints all the time, especially early in the morning if you're just getting up. How do you explain what an arthritis or osteoarthritis and the key differences between the two?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So there's many different types of arthritis. One of the most common is osteoarthritis, which is the degeneration over time of the cartilage between the two joints, or the bones within the joint. Kind of acts as like the shock absorber. So you have stiffness, pain, especially with weight bearing. The common joints to feel arthritis are weight bearing joints, your hips or knees. Stiffness, swelling can also happen, and sometimes people hear a cracking or crunching, particularly in their knees, going up and down stairs or seated to standing.
And so then how do you diagnose that? I mean, because as you get older, you just expect, okay, I'm going to start having some pains in my joints. I mean, that's just part of aging, right?
It can be, yeah. So arthritis has many different contributing factors. Weight is a big one. Activity level when you were younger. Genetics is a big one. If your parents or first siblings have had joint replacements or arthritis in the past, put you at higher risk. Most diagnosis is by X-ray. So you would need to come into the office. We would get an X-ray. There are certain changes that we can see on the X-ray that give us clues as to how advanced your arthritis is, and also allows us how to, how to best treat them.
And then once you do treat, can you explain the, I guess, the advancements in treatment with arthritis or osteoarthritis?
Yes, so arthritis is a degenerative disease. So once we lose that cartilage or that shock absorber, in your joint, we can't get it back. So there's a stepwise approach that we like to use for treatment, which is basically for pain control. Right? We want to get you up walking, we want to get you back to your life. So basic first step of treatment would be conservative management. Things like icing, anti-inflammatories, physical therapy, activity modification, ambulatory aids like using a cane or a walker. The next step up from that is injections. We do two different types of injections, steroid injections and gel or hyaluronic acid injections. And then final definitive treatment for arthritis would be joint replacement surgery.
All right, physician's assistant with GBMC here. Thank you so much, Alexa. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Sure. 7:18 on this Monday morning, and yeah, Monday mornings start feeling a little bit more, it seems like, than any other morning when you wake up, right?
Well, tomorrow's going to feel like that if you're staying up to watch the Ravens on this Purple Monday. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast.
Yeah, and tomorrow morning, guys, just get ready. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be about 20 degrees colder tomorrow morning. So you'll have to...
Not looking forward to that.
Yeah, you'll have to get back into that kind of actual November-like feel, but this is obviously not typical for what we see this time of year. I'll step out and let you watch the sunrise a little bit here. Our gorgeous shot from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, mix of clouds and sun out there right as this cold front is making its way through the area. We're still at 65 degrees and we still have mild temperatures on the way today before that colder air settles in tomorrow. This is the cold front right here on our HD radar. This is the next weather maker. So what it's going to do will be dropping our temperatures. Now, it's mainly a dry cold front, a little bit of that cloud cover along the front as it comes through. We'll get downsloping winds coming off the mountains later this afternoon, and that's what's going to help to really heat those temperatures up. And yes, heat those temperatures up. Beep, beep. Our bus stop forecast says the kids get out to school this morning, mid-60s this hour, but upper 70s for noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up this afternoon, we're talking about upper 70s for any of your outdoor plans. Maybe you want to get a round of golf in, some November golf with a 68 by 9 a.m. and upper 70s as you get later into the afternoon. Those are great numbers, too, on the scorecard, by the way. But here's a look at your temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Mid to upper 70s here for the afternoon. Notice the average high of 61, so nowhere near that number. And we haven't been really near the average highs in a while. So all of November so far, we're 6 days in. This is day 7. Still staying well above average across the area. And up and down the 95 corridor, too. Heading to Philly, 75 today, close to 80 in D.C., 82 in Richmond, Virginia this afternoon. It is a good afternoon today or tomorrow or Wednesday as more of those leaves will be blown around a little bit on your rate cast. We are staying dry. And look at that, our future scan. The cold front comes through. We're dry tomorrow, a little bit breezy, but quite a bit cooler. Really not tracking rain until we get to Veterans Day on Friday. Shout out to Chloe, Ben, and Pete. They've got Mac, the Christmas kitty, right there. And yeah, it's time for holiday pet pics that we're going to start doing from now until the end of the year. So thank you for that great shot. I appreciate it, Chloe, Ben, and Pete, and love to get your pet pics to me too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com, or you can chime in on our website or in the app. Election day tomorrow, as I mentioned, we're going to start in the 40s, only getting to 60 tomorrow afternoon. Similar number on Wednesday. It's going to be even colder Wednesday morning, but then those numbers do start coming back up Thursday and Friday. And yeah, the rain rolls in Friday into Saturday for Veterans Day weekend.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our job of the day. Baltimore City Community College is hiring a contractual security officer. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
A program leader with boots on the ground has a different take on how to handle the squeegee kid issue. We're going to hear that take coming up.
Smells like fermentation with the Sangamon Spring Distillery. That's right. How do we make the magic? We'll get into that again at the Sangamon Spring Distillery coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning long.
.724. It's so Baltimore, really so Baltimore. Sagamore Spirit is bringing you 100% Maryland distilled rye whiskey.
All right, well, this whiskey is made entirely from oak trees grown all across the state. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live at the distillery learning how the entire thing is made. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Many of us drink whiskey, but we don't know how it's made. President Brian is here. He's taking us through the process. So, Brian, we're in the fermentation room, and you said that we have in here, is this the mash?
This is the mash. So after a cook and a 3-day fermentation, we'll go ahead and put it into our beer well to feed into the still. And this is an important part of whiskey making right here.
That's crazy. This is too much power for one man. Brian, you're also excited. You guys got something new rolling out, right?
We are. Every November we do our Pennies Proof program, which is an opportunity to share new whiskey with our community, our Whiskey Thieves community. And this weekend, November 12th, we have our first ever Maryland Growing Series, which is a whiskey made 100% from grain grown here in Maryland and then aged in oak barrels crafted from oak trees grown here in Maryland. Our truest expression yet of a Maryland rye whiskey.
A Maryland rye right on the waterfront. And of course, you always tease me, Tom, will I be drinking whiskey this morning? Probably so. But more importantly, you get a chance to see how we make the donuts. I mean, how we make the whiskey.
Well, listen, with that big old vat, forget drinking and you could swim in that.
Not a bad idea.
Yes, it is. It's a very bad idea.
Who books his segments?
It is a bad idea,
right? His own segments?
I think he does.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mark. We'll be seeing him swim later on. For more information about how you might be able to go swimming, or at least watch Mark go swimming, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, a few clouds and temperatures around the 60s to start the morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we're going to feel the fall-like temperatures again.
Tomorrow is Election Day, and Baltimore City residents will vote on Question K. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those both for and against the term limits. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is going to be another warm, active Monday when you step outside.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is stretching and ready for this new week.
I got to tell you guys, I mean, a lot of us were talking where maybe you've used the AC over the weekend and maybe you will need it this afternoon because temperatures are going to be potentially record breaking for early November. And yeah, the sun is up. It's already shining bright. We do have some cloud cover that's kind of hanging out at this time. More sun is on the way as we head later into the afternoon. We're all actually at 65 in Baltimore City right now, low to mid 60s for Dundalk and Essex down through Middle River, and 65 currently in Glen Burnie. Yeah, warm for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours with mid to upper 60s. We're on our way to a high close to 80 degrees this afternoon. And look at the difference in temperatures for Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to drop some 20 degrees, so you will definitely feel a lot more like November starting tomorrow. That'll be good, too, because those wasps are coming back, Patrice, and now I see them. I'm like, no. Just get out of here. So
You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I don't like those.
They're in the newsroom.
They
were on my car. All right, well, let's get on to the Lynn Solar Traffic Network now and look at your drive times if you're heading out at this hour. A little slower. 18 minutes is your longest commute, but we're in the yellow across the board. So time now to get up and out.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle squeegee kids. But preliminary information about the plan is being met with some criticism.
Yeah, we know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop squeegeeing.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with how one group already working to get squeegee kids out of intersections is reacting to the part of the plan that we've heard from the Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon.
Well, for one, Patrice, they say they would do things differently. They would give squeegee kids the opportunity to earn the incentive rather than just getting the incentive. But they believe for any plan to work, you have to get to the heart of why these kids are squeegeeing in the first place. And they believe that's poverty. That's what they're trying to take on right now.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
So you just heard from Marlo Hargrove, and he has already been on the ground because he's the executive director of FACE, which is a nonprofit working to transition people that are released from prison back into society. But now they're also working to move squeegee kids off of corners with his own unique program. So they're partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids a nice pair of sneakers. And the idea is to engage them with shoes to get them to the services that then get them off the streets. And we're talking services like mental health, substance abuse, and job readiness programs. Well, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes guiding them to tools that will help is the key, but he says wait to condemn the city's plan until we have a full picture.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
Well, meanwhile, Hargrove's biggest critique of the plan is that groups like his that are already affecting change are not even being brought to the table. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A deadly police shooting is under investigation in West Baltimore.
Yesterday afternoon, police responding to the Harlem Park area following reports of a man seen attacking a woman with a knife.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio this morning with what happened. Taylor.
Yeah, very scary situation when police arrived. The police commissioner says ultimately officers tried to get that man to drop the knife and step away from the woman. That is not what happened. The initial 911 call came in around 3:30 Sunday afternoon. Here on Lafayette and North Fulton Road, a man reportedly wielding a knife attacking a woman. When police arrived, they say they ordered the man to drop the knife, and when he did not do that, take a listen to what the police commissioner says happened next.
He approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
Assaulting anyone and with having a dangerous weapon, a knife, let alone a woman, is something that we cannot have in our city. We are thankful that further people were not injured, that young woman or any other individuals that were around there. Thankful that none of our police officers were injured and they acted quickly.
The commissioner and the mayor commending the quick actions by those officers. They say 2 police were involved in this shooting. It's not exactly clear how many shots were fired, but they're now working with the state attorney's office, conducting an independent investigation to review the body camera footage, the surveillance video, and a video posted on social media. That's the latest here, but we'll keep you guys updated on what happened just thereafter.
All right, well, Taylor, though the police, there's rumors here that we're hearing this morning. Have the police provided, though, any updates on the suspect in this case?
Well, Tom, not yet. Police have not identified the suspect, but police say the person who was killed, rather sources that we spoke with say that person was Tyree Moorhead. He's a former gang member. You may recall him for producing hundreds of no-shoot zones. That's the latest here in the studio.
Well, Election Day is tomorrow, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium in the last-minute push to sway voters.
For Baltimore City voters, they will have to vote on Question K, which would create term limits for certain city leaders.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Southwest Baltimore with more coming from those who are for it and against it. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, you can see from these signs behind me here that there are a lot of people that are for Question K, but there's also many that are against it. But at 9 this morning, supporters of the term limits will gather here outside of the West Side Skills Center, which is also a polling place to try and sway voters. Now, if Question K is passed, it would create 2 term limits for Baltimore's mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members. And at the start of early voting, supporters of Question K held another rally. Take a listen.
This has nothing to do with any political party. Democrats, Republicans, independents all support term limits as a smart political process across the country.
The term limits would only apply to 1 office at a time, meaning an elected leader could serve 8 years as a council member, then another 8 years as council president or mayor. But those against the term limits say they are designed to serve special interest groups and not voters.
It is not a community-led initiative. It is a tool used by outsiders who do not care about our city or our citizens.
Now, ultimately, though, it will be the decision of voters tomorrow on Election Day. And I personally have spoken to voters who are both for and against Question K. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up in our next half hour, how the results of Question K will impact the Baltimore City Council's decision on pension eligibility.
Us candidates all across the nation making their final push to earn your vote. We are breaking down the early voting numbers as we look ahead to the midterm election tomorrow.
Record-breaking temperatures possible this afternoon. The Weather Authority forecast coming up in just about 7 minutes from right now. 7:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41 on the eve of the midterm election. We are getting word that more than 40 million people have already voted across the country, outpacing the pre-election ballot count for 2018.
And Megan Gillen is in our live center this morning with the numbers that are just coming in. Megan.
Yeah, check it out, Tom. We've got them pulled up right here, and you can see as of right now, Texas, Florida, California, those are the top 3 states reporting the most ballots already cast. And guys, that includes in-person early votes, that includes mail-in ballots, both returned and requested. Maryland reporting just under 755,000 early votes. Pretty good. So far, this is how it breaks down. Among those voters, you can see 43% of those account for Democrats, Republicans with 34%, and third-party voters with 23%. And remember, control of both chambers of Congress is on the line right now, with all 435 House seats up for grabs and 35 of the 100 Senate seats. Again, tomorrow is the midterm election. We're going to be covering everything from our nation's capital to all of the local races here. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
We continue your Vote 2022 coverage after the break. What you need to know before heading to the polls about voting on renaming Maryland's highest courts.
Across the country this year, one of the hot-button topics is education, as school board races are heating up. I'm Dee Dee Gadden with a look at races experts say could have a national impact.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
7:45. Election Day is tomorrow, and one of the issues voters will weigh in on is question 1, the renaming of Maryland's highest courts. Maryland's Court of Appeals would become the Supreme Court of Maryland, and the Court of Special Appeals would become the Appellate Court of Maryland. So what does this mean for you? Attorney Charles Gilman with Gilman and Bedigian joins us this morning. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Patrice. How are you?
I'm doing well. All right. So in addition to the names of the courts changing, the judges of the Supreme Court would then be called justices. Why do we need a name change?
I don't think we do, but apparently some people believe this brings us in line with the vast majority of other states where their highest level court, their Supreme Court, is called the Supreme Court. It brings us in line with the federal system, which we're all familiar with, where you have the Supreme Court, and just below it you have the Circuit Court, which are called the Courts of Appeals. So it'll bring us in line with the federal system, and like I said, the vast majority of other states. It'll give our judges on those two-level courts a new name. They'll be justices.
Okay. Was this confusing before for some people, the way we have our courts named versus how others do it?
You know, to a lot of lay people, I suppose it is.
Okay.
I've been trained to know that the Court of Special Appeals is the first level and the Court of Appeals is the second.
That does sound backwards.
Correct. I've been working with it for 22 years now.
Right.
So to me, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals would be more confusing. But that's just me.
So what voters are going to want to know, would the courts function differently than they do now? What does the change mean for them?
You know, for them, it doesn't mean anything. I guess it means if they're from another state and they're used to having the Court of Appeals being the highest level court, that Maryland will now be in line with that system where it'll be called the Supreme Court. This is actually, I thought, you know, as a lawyer, I get a lot of questions all the time about issues on the ballot. And I got more questions about this than I have about cannabis or anything else that's ever been on the ballot. So I thought it was kind of odd that people were paying this much attention to it, because I think everybody involved is trying to make it clear that there's no change in the way the system will function. It's literally a name change.
And I think so that might be the reason, because when I looked at it, I was like, well, why? Why do we need to just change the name? And not only that, to make the changes, the Maryland legislature had to pass a bill to amend the Constitution. So we're saying that this name change is important enough to amend the state constitution.
Right. A change like this does require an amendment of the state constitution. So yes, it has to be voted on. And I suppose it creates a lot of confusion out there in the public, although a lot of the clients I deal with who are in business or industry, I guess because they're here, they understand the system and they know what it means. But maybe there's a lot of lay people out there that just don't, and this will make it easier.
And that makes sense. So now voters know. Thank you, Charles.
Thanks, Patrice.
Well, it's 7:48, and we want to get another check of what might be our final day of nice warm weather.
There you go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, as we're moving into where it should be, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't like that term. I don't like that term where it should be. It's the 30-year average. So that's typically where we are over the last 30 years. The average high is 60 degrees. So it's not where we should be, but it's where we normally are this time of year. Our Towson camera, really pretty shot here with that sun that is breaking through some of those clouds. And this is what we're going to see, more of that sunshine for the day today. And yes, our last very warm day for a while. We're going to get some colder air that's going to come in here as the cold front is actually moving through as we speak. So that's why we're seeing some of that cloud cover. We're going to get some downsloping wind coming off the mountains, and that's what's really going to help to heat us up. Carlos the crab, yeah, he's got a 5 today on the crabcast because he's a happy crab out there with temperatures that are going to be well above average. Great weekend at Fells Fest. I was out there yesterday. They had something called deep fried watermelon. Didn't try it, but I was very intrigued by it. But some people tried it and liked it. So 65 next hour in Fells, and numbers near noon. Great day for lunch outdoors. We're talking mid to upper 70s. A little bit breezy later today, and numbers that will top out in those mid to upper 70s. 77 is the record for the day, just set 2 years ago. Should be breaking that number here as we get to the upper 70s here through Cockeysville and Baltimore. Temperatures in the mid 70s for Chestertown, up into Elkton at 74, 73 in Stevensville. Eastern Shore also warm today. Here comes the cooler air behind that cold front, but we stay dry. So we're not tracking any rain, not until we get to Friday, which is Veterans Day. Just 4 days from right now. We're 17 days out from Terrence the Turkey right there on Turkey Day, and just 6 weeks from tonight will be the first night of Hanukkah. That puts Christmas and the winter right around the corner from that, too. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Election Day should be great. Again, we're going to wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning and only get to about 60, so a big temperature drop off there, and numbers that will steadily rise into Thursday and Friday. Quick note here. Look at this shot. 64 Saturday, a high of 50 on Sunday. So there are going to be some cold numbers coming.
This morning with the Sagamore Spirits Distillery, we always talk about those aged barrels. There they are. You can actually smell it. They are rolling those empty barrels out. We're going to tell you more about it and their new product. And also, we got to do a taste test coming up.
You should do like Donkey Kong and jump over barrels on that thing, right? Yeah. Sorry, the best of the best chili cooks put the recipes to the test. See who came out on top for the best chili. I don't know, chili and a cup of coffee, but a lot of people do put coffee in their chili.
Together, the two, though, drinking and eating is not a good combination. But since we don't have the chili, it's a good time for a coffee break for us. Never had chili and coffee as an ingredient.
Chili grinds, yeah, in there. I mean, coffee grinds. Spice it up. $7:54 and, well, just about 24 hours from now, Election Day. School board races across the country are front and center.
Dee Gatton takes a look at the local races Republicans and Democrats are focusing on that could have a national impact.
A number of conservative political action groups are pouring millions into local school board races. While Democrats have campaigns focused on Republicans as extremists, some right-leaning groups are investing in candidates who will scale back on, for instance, lessons on race and sexuality and aren't for gender-neutral bathrooms. Further, in one local race in Loudoun County, Virginia, the Washington Post reports GOP candidates are echoing Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin's education-related talking points from his win last year. Political scientist Stephen Farnsworth told the Post, quote, "If the renewed Republican efforts translate to gains in Loudoun, you can expect similar efforts elsewhere. This is we've seen efforts from parents nationwide to voice their concerns to school leaders."
As I mask my kids to send them to school, I am horrified. It goes against the core of my beliefs.
And from health to books to curriculum, it's become a fiery debate at school board meetings nationwide. And now, more than ever, people want a say in who gets elected. 4 candidates trying to represent one local school board are wrapped up in a lawsuit that civil rights attorney Ben Crump says everyone is watching.
I absolutely think that this lawsuit can have an impact on education across America as we think about the issues that are present here in Baltimore. They're not very different from other heavily populated cities across America.
Regarding that lawsuit, a Baltimore City couple filed the lawsuit against the school system, alleging misuse of tax dollars. Crump called the judge's decision to move the case forward a landmark decision. Of course, we will be carefully watching this race, along with many additional local races, as an early indicator of voter sentiment. For the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Starting off with a few clouds this morning and temperatures in the 70s later today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know if today's temperatures could break records.
Today, Baltimore City Council is set to vote on speeding up their pension eligibility. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why this is raising concerns for some. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers on a Purple Monday.
Yeah, Purple Monday, ladies. Good morning to you, and good morning, everyone, as well. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. And we've got another warm day ahead of us. You're already seeing that sun that is breaking out. Still some clouds left over, but kind of mild and muggy for a lot of us. Look at that, 66 in Baltimore City. Same number for you, Glen Burnie. Woodlawn also in the mid-60s, while we're in the lower 60s for Essex and Middle River. So overall, kind of warm. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Upper 60s and lower 70s. On our way to a high close to 80 degrees in Baltimore this afternoon. 78 your high in Columbia and Laurel. Those numbers, again, some 10 to 20 degrees above average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got your drive times picked up, and you can see we are in the yellow. Everywhere you look, not terrible, but your longest commute now 19 minutes from 95 to 83.
8:01 now. In a city in crisis, Mayor Brendan Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative this week.
The group has been meeting since July, but has not allowed cameras inside its public meetings.
We know those recommendations will likely include Squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for Squeegee kids who stop. Now, there's been debate over the program and how effective it will be. Shannon Lilly joins us live from Fells Point, where people are reacting to the plan. Shannon.
And right now, Patrice, Mayor Scott is remaining tight-lipped about the full details of this plan, but he does say those details will be released after Election Day, which is tomorrow. So we expect to hear more very soon. In the meantime, though, as you mentioned, people right here in Fells Point and all the people that were here for the Fells Point Fun Festival, those business owners, well, they are reacting to what we know about the plan. And some of them are at a tipping point. They are frustrated, while others are optimistic. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
People are so hesitant to come downtown, so they're going to give guaranteed income to lawlessness, but nothing to the victims. I mean, people's cars have been damaged, people have been physically assaulted, and one innocent man was murdered. It's not right.
I think anything's worth a try. They're out there obviously looking for income, skipping school or whatever because they need the income for their families.
Again, so far what we do know about this plan is that Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in order to self-regulate, and they'll also be assigned specific areas where they can squeegee, and they're also going to be given a guaranteed income as part of the program that's going to be made available to these Squeegee kids if they opt to not engage in the activity. But coming up in the next half hour, we are going to hear from a program leader who is already working to help Squeegee kids and help remove them from these intersections. And we're going to hear how he would do things differently coming up. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And now we want to hear what you think. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? Right now, 99% of people who voted say yes.
Tomorrow is the midterm election, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, they're going to see Question K.
It asks about term limits for Baltimore City leaders, and now those who would be impacted by the law are pushing back.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from Southwest Baltimore with the vote happening today. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. And in just about an hour now, supporters of Question K will gather right here outside of this polling place to encourage voters to support the term limits. Now, this comes as the Baltimore City Council is expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. Now, Question K would establish a 2-term limit for the mayor, council president, comptroller, and city council members. And the term limits would only apply to one office at a time, which would still allow for a career of public service.
If this thing passes on Tuesday, the term limits, that goes into effect 2024. So why have this new pension system in effect immediately when you don't have to? Right now, with the 12-year pension, it's about $1.5 million a year, right? So we know that. And boy, you talk about the finance department and they say, slow things down.
You just heard from David Williams from the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he says the additional costs would fall on taxpayers. The city's retirement system manages the city pension fund, and the head of that office is laying out this message to Baltimore attorney Carville Collins.
The bill and market conditions have the potential to reduce the funding status to below 100%, at which time there will be a cost to the city. Going forward, the actuarial liability will continue to increase due to an earlier 8-year vesting period.
Now, leaders from the Fraternal Order of Police say financial reasons are why the council voted to scale back pensions for firefighters and police 12 years ago. In a statement over the weekend, the FOP is calling city council's push one of the most egregious privileged class moves against labor in recent history. City council members will meet at 5 this evening to discuss modifying the retirement system. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Those in favor of the bill say city council members deserve a pension even if they only serve 2 terms.
Then it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms, you get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Should Baltimore City Council members get a full pension after 2 terms instead of 3? 99% of voters say it should be 3 terms. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. Well, Maryland gubernatorial candidates are making their final push before tomorrow's midterm election.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the campaign events unfolding and the latest poll numbers. Tom.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, we're taking you live to the White House. You see it right here. Tonight at 7 o'clock, President Biden and First Lady, they'll actually be going to Bowie State in Bowie, Maryland, to back Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore. Now, we're expecting the Republican response to the president's scheduled campaign visit at 10 o'clock, though, this morning. It's happening from Ellicott City, where nominee for Congress in Maryland's new 3rd District, Eurypsie Morgan, nominee for Howard County Executive Alan Kittleman, and Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford will all be speaking. Now, Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox holding a big event just yesterday with radio host Kimberly Klasick. Right now, several polls showing Moore with an impressive lead over Cox. If that holds, then Moore would become the state's first black governor. Other big races, though, we're keeping an eye on for you tomorrow. The race for comptroller with Democrat Brooke Learman and Republican Barry Glassman. Also, the race for Maryland Attorney General, where we have Democrat Anthony Brown facing off against Republican Michael Peruka. Now, we'll keep you posted as those polls open a little less than 23 hours from now. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. A multi-million-dollar bond issue now on the ballot for Baltimore County voters. What this means for you and the pitfalls with those bonds.
And the Ravens will be taking on the New Orleans Saints today. The big concerns this morning about the players sitting the bench.
Weird to have a purple Monday, but here's where we are, and temperatures that are going to be well above average again. Breaking down your forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, welcome back. Our Weather Authority forecast. We've got lots of that sunshine, and we're going to see this thing really heat us up as we get later into the afternoon. Numbers will continue to keep rising on your yard and gardening cast. Upper 70s here on the way today. Some of us really close to that 80-degree mark again.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fight off the flu with your diet. Just ahead, the foods that can give your immune system a boost.
And we're live at the Sagamore Spirit Distillery. How do they get it from the oak into the bottle? Oh, we'll talk about that coming up. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:14. Over the last few weeks, we have been diving into the many ballot questions that Maryland voters will decide tomorrow. And now here we are on the eve of the midterm election, and we are looking at a $380 million bond issue for Baltimore County. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance helping us look into this. He's weighing in on what this might mean for taxpayers. David, good morning.
Good morning, Megan. And yes, 24 hours till Election Day, right? And this is a pretty important issue. We're talking about $380 million in bonds to fund construction, infrastructure, and this is pretty normal. States, counties, they do this a lot because they really can't spend a lot of money at once to build schools, parks, you name it. So they do this, they borrow the money, and that's what they're doing is they're borrowing the money and they're paying interest on it. So this $380 million is actually going to end up costing a lot more because they pay interest on this. And that's the exposure to taxpayers, is the interest that they're paying back. And it's imperative that if this bond goes through and the money is spent, that there aren't overages on this construction and that they're really good with spending the money.
I think everyone heard, interest rates. And this year we have seen those interest rates rising. Would that have an impact on these bonds?
For sure. And right now, the economy is very volatile, right? And bonds are not good in a volatile economy. So let's take the flip side of the interest rates. When interest rates are going down, well, this could mean that investors don't get involved in these bonds, because if interest rates go down, then they're not going to have the return on their investment that they think they're going to have. Now, conversely, we're looking at interest rates going up. I mean, 4 or 5 times in the last year, we've seen an increase in interest rates. This is a problem, because investors may say, well, listen, the interest rates are going to be higher in January, so why would I buy a bond now? Well, I'm going to wait until January till I get a better return on this. So again, we always see interest rates going up and down, but a volatile economy makes these bonds a bit riskier and more of a tough sell for investors.
Do they, in the question itself, does it specifically say where the money from these bonds would go? So you have a good idea of where your taxpayer money would go, even if the interest rates go up or down?
No, it does. And that's why I really like this initiative, because it really breaks down, for schools, for parks, for government buildings, and it goes, line by line as to the dollar amounts. And this will also hold them accountable, right? And there's a problem where that some of these bonds in the past we've seen have paid for stadiums, have paid for broadband systems that have gone bankrupt. So it's important to have these guardrails and to say, okay, we're going to spend $200 million on schools. Obviously, I'm not picking that out of thin air. This is what this bond says.
Yeah.
But stick to that $200 million and really have the list here that they have. And it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow's going to be fascinating to see what happens with a lot of these initiatives, and it could change the face of Baltimore County when it comes to the bonds, but also Baltimore City with the Inspector General. So there's a lot going on tomorrow, and I'm super excited for Maryland.
I'm excited to talk with you about how we break this down and what voters decide on. David, thank you.
Thank you.
8:18 and trending now. Saturday, huge day at Camden Yards. It was the 8th annual Stars, Stripes, and Chow Chili Cook-Off, benefiting the Baltimore station. There was food, there were games, there was music from the Soundcheck Academy. And get this, for the first time in history, the event sold out. They also had the most teams ever competing for Best Chili.
Our own Justin Chambers was one of the judges for the event. The overall winner, Mount Hebron High School in Howard County. The Baltimore station helps homeless veterans here in Charm City, so they were the ultimate winners. But Justin, I think, was a winner. He got to taste a lot of good chili.
And I was hearing a little earlier, you were going for spicy, right?
No, I want salty.
Just not sweet. You said you didn't like sweet.
I assumed spicy. I'm glad we asked this.
Yeah, there was one that was kind of sweet that I was just not a big fan of. But I mean, the one that the kids had, all of the judges except one guy was like, we would come back for this chili. And it was a blind taste test, guys. We didn't know who they were. It just had a number 4 on it. And you could see there's
number 4.
9 cups of chili. Yeah, 4. And once I got the ones that I liked, I kind of put them aside and then I retried them. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to the Knights of Columbus, 7612. They had pit beef sandwiches and pit turkey and pit ham. It was great. Those kids from the Soundcheck Rock Academy, those are kids, and they're up there. They were great. They were an amazing performance.
Day.
Yeah, it was
and
a lot of fun.
And the weather was nice.
80 degrees. I mean, come on. We were looking at the field going, we could play ball here, man. Let's go, and everything. So, yeah, definitely a lot of fun. And thank you for showing that, and thanks to all the folks who came out and said hi in the Baltimore station. Great organization. We are proud to be media sponsors there. Our Mile One Auto Group, Cam. We've got a lot of sunshine that is out there right now, starting to break up this cloud cover. We're actually at 66 degrees right now. A little westerly wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's the cold front that is coming through as we speak. You actually can see it right there. So it's pretty much already crossed through the Baltimore region. It's not going to get cool today. We actually will have one more day of above average numbers before that cold air settles in, starting tonight and into tomorrow morning. So over the next 12 hours, you can see Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about here, upper 70s, even close to 80 degrees for a lot of us. Typically this time of year, we're only about 61. And the record for the day is 77. We just set that record 2 years ago in 2020. So we're looking at 79 for our high today, and that sun will be up until 4:59. Now, this is where things change. You can really see those temperatures drop off. We're going to be about 20 degrees cooler tomorrow and Wednesday, and then those numbers do come back up a little bit into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then look at this. They fall off even more. So next Sunday and Monday, we're talking about highs only in the lower 50s. So we will need the blankets. We will need the heater by that time. We're not talking about much in the way of rain. In fact, we're dry for the next couple of days. It'll come on Friday afternoon, evening for Veterans Day into Saturday. That's when the rain rolls in. This is Mac the cat from Chloe, Ben, and Pete. Thank you very much for sending in our pet pick. And again, we're starting to do some holiday pet picks as we're now in the holidays. So JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com would love to get your pets on TV. Here's that 7-day forecast I talked about. Again, we're dry tomorrow, colder in the morning for Election Day. And then those numbers do start to rise again Thursday and Friday. But there's the rain coming in Friday afternoon into Saturday. And then we're drying out Sunday, but quite a bit colder.
A program leader with boots on the ground has a different idea on how to tackle the squeegee issue. We'll hear his take coming up.
And we're following a deadly police shooting out of West Baltimore. Just ahead, what we're learning now about the person killed and his connection to no-shoot zones. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8.25. It's so Baltimore. We are learning how Sagamore Spirit makes its distilled rye whiskey.
So good. All ingredients are homegrown across our state. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the distillery behind the scenes of the whiskey making process. It's an art, Mart.
It definitely is an art. We're in the fermentation space now with President Brian. And looky here, it's in the bottles, magically in the bottles already. And so, Brian, you actually have, you're going to be releasing a brand new product that's coming out this weekend, right?
Yeah, we've got two. So as we mentioned earlier, our first ever Maryland Grown Series for pennies proof. Only 597 of them, though. You have to be a whiskey thief to get it.
A whiskey thief? How do you become a whiskey thief?
Go to our website and sign up, become a thief, it says.
Okay.
And so A lot more demand than supply on those. The good news is we also have our first 5-year bottled in bond. And so if you can't get a Penny's Proof, you can probably get a bottled in bond. This Saturday, November 12th, starting at 7:30 in the morning, but you want to get here much sooner than 7:30.
Wow, and so guys, this is, you saw the process from fermentation to distilling and now to the bottles, and I must apologize, believe it or not, Megan and Patrice, I knocked the bottles over. I knocked these bottles over, and Brian saved them, so sorry about that, Whiskey Thieves. Everything's okay, but I was so embarrassing, guys. I was so embarrassed.
Did they break? Brian grabbed them.
They did not break.
That's
impressive on his part.
I understand your. Oh my goodness! All right, all's well that ends well, Mark. Now, stop drinking. Yep. All right. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Record-setting high temperatures on the way today. Your Weather Authority forecast is coming, and we're going to show you when it will actually feel like November.
Tomorrow is Election Day, and Baltimore City residents will vote on Question K. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those both for and against the term limits. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It's Monday, November 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's taking a look at our Monday morning forecast.
Yeah, guys, talking about numbers today that are going to be well above average and possibly breaking records as we head toward the afternoon. Looking outside right now, we have the sun that is out there and a few clouds still hanging around as the cold front makes its way through. We're going to see that cold front move to the east today, and that is going to bring in the colder air. But we're in the 50s in western Maryland. Most of us along the Chesapeake and out toward the eastern shore in the mid to upper 60s. That's why we're waking up this hour. Your your out and about cast looks like this. Upper 60s next hour, low to mid 70s as we take you through the middle of the day. And if we hit 77 by noon, that will tie the record for the actual afternoon high temp set a couple years ago. We're on our way to 79 today, but a big temperature drop Tuesday and Wednesday. Those numbers will come a lot closer to where we typically are for November. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, taking a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network cameras here. And we have a crash in Catonsville. 3 left lanes block on the inner loop right at Frederick. You see the delay right there. And you also see the active camera that's up there. The tow truck's getting in there. Multiple vehicles involved here. So some slowdowns there. And you can see the red delay all along 695's inner loop.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle squeegee kids. But preliminary information about the plan is being met with some criticism.
Yeah, we know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop squeegeeing.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with how one group already working to get squeegee kids out of intersections is reacting to the part of the plan we've heard from the Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon, how would they do things differently?
Well, for one, Megan, they say that they would give squeegee kids the opportunity to earn the incentive rather than just giving them the incentive. They say for any plan to work, it needs to get to the heart of the issue and why these kids are squeegeeing in the first place. They believe that's poverty, and that's what they're trying to take on now.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
Yeah, you just heard from Marlo Hargrove, and he has already been on the ground. He is the executive director of FACE. That's a nonprofit that's working to transition people released from prison back into society. And now they're also working to move squeegee kids off of corners with his own unique program. How that program works is they're partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids a nice pair of sneakers. And the idea is to engage them with shoes that get them to the services that then get them off the streets. And we're talking services like mental health, substance abuse, and job readiness programs. Well, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes guiding them to tools that will help is the key, but he says wait to condemn the city's plan until we have the full picture.
And no one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
Meanwhile, Hargrove's biggest critique of this plan is that groups like his that are already affecting change are not even being brought to the table. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. A deadly police shooting is under investigation in West Baltimore.
Now, yesterday afternoon, police responding to the Harlem Park area following reports of a man seen attacking a woman with a knife.
Taylor Stewart joining us live right here in studio. Taylor, what happened when police arrived?
Well, when they got there, the man was apparently in a car, but he had been going up and down the street with that knife. Officers asked him to drop the knife and step away from the woman. He did not do that. That initial call came in around 3:30 in the afternoon. Police responded along West Lafayette and North Fulton Avenue to the report of a man wielding a knife attacking a woman. When they arrived, they immediately told him to drop the knife. He did not do that. Instead, he did this. Take a listen.
He approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
Assaulting anyone and with having a dangerous weapon, a knife, let alone a woman, is something that we cannot have in our city. We are thankful that further people were not injured, that young woman or any other individuals that were around there. Thankful that none of our police officers were injured and they acted quickly.
Now, the commissioner saying 2 officers fired shots yesterday. It's not clear how many shots were fired, but they're now working with the state attorney's office to conduct an independent investigation. They say they have body camera video, surveillance, and social media video to help piece together what exactly happened there. The man was taken to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center where he died from his injuries. But that woman who was involved in this attack, she wasn't hurt. So police say that is the good news they have from this incident. Tom?
Yeah, Taylor, I mean, we're hearing, though, some rumors about the man killed here. Have police provided any updates on the suspect in this case?
No, police haven't, but folks we spoke with on the ground say they recognize this man as Tyree Moorhead. Now, Moorhead was a former gang member, but he was known for erecting more than 100 no-shoot murals throughout the city. That's the latest here, Tom, Katie, Meg.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Election Day is tomorrow, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium in the last-minute push to sway voters.
Yeah, for Baltimore City voters, they will have to vote on Question K, which would create term limits for certain city leaders.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from Southwest Baltimore with more from those who are for and against Question K. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, you can see from these signs behind me here that there are a lot of people for Question K, but there's also many who are against it. And coming up in just a few minutes at 9 this morning, supporters of the term limits will gather here outside of the West Side Skills Center, which is also a polling place to try and sway voters. Now, if Question K is passed, it would create 2 term limits for Baltimore's mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members. And at the start of early voting, supporters of Question K held another rally. Take a listen.
This has nothing to do with any political party. Democrats, Republicans, Independents all support term limits as a smart political process across the country.
The term limits would only apply to 1 office at a time, meaning an elected leader could serve 8 years as a council member, then another 8 years as council president or mayor. But those against term limits say they are designed to serve special interest groups and not voters.
It is not a community-led initiative. It is a tool used by outsiders who do not care about our city or our citizens.
And ultimately, though, this will be the decision of voters tomorrow on Election Day. And I personally have spoken to voters both for and against Question K, so it'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All across the nation making their final push to earn your vote. We're breaking down the early voting numbers as we look ahead to the midterm election tomorrow.
And another warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is back in just a bit, letting us know when the cooler temperatures return. It's 8:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. 8:40 is your time right now. 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. Not looking too bad. The trees really looking good. A lot of those trees are leafless as we've seen the wind, and we're going to see more of that wind pick up later today. That's going to help to warm up our temperatures. In fact, warm for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours. We're talking about upper 60s and lower 70s. Meg?
All right, Justin, here we are, the eve of the midterm election, and we are getting word more than 40 million people have already voted across the country. That's outpacing the pre-election ballot count for 2018. So let's check it out here. We've got Texas, Florida, and California, the top 3 states here reporting the most ballots already cast. That includes, guys, in-person early votes. That includes mail-in ballots, both returned and requested. Then we've got Maryland right here looking at just under 755,000 early votes. Pretty good. How it breaks down: Democrats accounting for 43% of that vote across the country, Republicans with 34%, and third-party voters with 23%. Now, remember, control of both chambers of Congress is on the line as we take a live look from Capitol Hill right now, with all 435 House seats up for grabs and 35 of the 100 Senate seats. Again, tomorrow, that's the midterm election. We're going to be covering every race from our nation's capital to all of our local races. That's the latest from our live center.
The Ravens in the Big Easy facing off against the New Orleans Saints tonight. Still ahead, the key players who will be missing from the matchup and the young prospect who could be filling the void. CDC data shows flu activity is off to an unusually fast start this year. Just ahead, some ways you can stay healthy during the flu season. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Giant.
8:45, we're talking about sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, all the symptoms of the flu. Now that flu season is actually in full swing, you may want to make sure that you stay healthy and on a healthy path and keep the whole family healthy. Dr. Felicia Scott, pharmacist with Giant Pharmacies, is joining us here with some advice on how we can keep the whole family safe.
Yes, Tom, thanks for having me. So we just want to start with the basics, the things that we have already been practicing during the rough times of COVID: hand hygiene, staying healthy, boosting your your immune system, keeping your distance when you know someone is sick.
And staying healthy, we're talking about like a good diet, and sleep is really also important.
Absolutely. You want to get plenty of rest.
Okay.
The body needs to refuel, just like you put gas in your car. You need to refuel. Having plenty of rest, eating healthy fruits and vegetables, boosting your immune system.
And then there's also debate, obviously, a lot of people are worried about it because they see any kind of symptoms that they automatically go to COVID first. But there's actually, especially for kids, there's other things that can be extremely dangerous for children, even more so than COVID. So how do you differentiate, and what do you tell parents when they come in, they're like, we need that magic pill off the shelf. Give us that. What can I do to make my child stop crying?
Yeah, first we just have to identify what is actually going on. We know that RSV is on the rise, so there's kind of this triple effect right now, flu, COVID, and RSV for kids. It's really dangerous. So figuring out what exactly is the problem is going to steer us in the right direction.
As a pharmacist, I'm sure you get the big question, do I get the COVID shot and the flu shot? Can I give that to my child at the same time?
Yes, we do recommend co-administration. CDC has proven it's safe, and it's also convenient. You're there, get both things done. That way you know you're protected.
Is it possible, though, if your child is like, okay, you know, I've got a teen boy, he plays sports, he doesn't want it in the same arm or maybe in the leg, can we do that?
You can do administration in the same arm, separate arms. It's really personal preference.
Okay. All right. So then you have a program here, though, because I know you hear it all the time as a pharmacist where parents come in, they say, and it's just a little shot. It's not going to hurt. And they say, here you go, give the shot. And they look at you as like, that did hurt. You lied to me.
Absolutely. So Giant partners with the Hope for Henry program. Okay. We're the first pharmacy to partner with Hope for Henry. Hope for Henry is a foundation that helps to decrease anxiety, needle phobia. Right. So it's a really interactive program. We have stickers, we have rewards that the kids get. It starts from when they come into the door.
And then it makes your office a little bit more appealing when they come in, they get some rewards for it. They know it's not going to be a pleasant experience. But if you see a pharmacist at Giant, you're sitting there, you're going, they start getting anxious, knowing, okay, they see your face, they're going, that's the lady that gives me the shots.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's why we give them this as soon as they come through the door. It's interactive stickers. They start with just being involved in the process and trying to calm the situation. You know, it's not fun to get vaccinated, but hopefully this is going to reduce some of that anxiety.
Parents are calm about it. You're calm about it. Hopefully that will help the kids be calm about it. Parents, don't lie to your children. They're shots, they hurt, right? Exactly, right? You didn't say it, I'll say it for you. There you go. All right, thank you so much. Dr. Felicia Scott with Giant Pharmacy. We appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
Now we want to go over and find out exactly, though, what the temperature is going to be like. Talk about gorgeous outside today, right?
Yeah, no kidding, Tom. We're seeing numbers today. They're going to be well above average, possibly into record-breaking territory. Our weather headlines, a lot of that sun that is out over the Inner Harbor right now. We started off with some cloud cover and with some patchy fog, kind of a mild Monday morning, but a sunny and warm afternoon is on the way, and we will see near record high temperatures. We're in the mid-60s now. We're on our way to the upper 70s, even close to 80 degrees. Thought we were done with the 80s. Nope. We had 80 degrees on Saturday, and we're going to be pretty close to that number for today. So next hour, golfers getting out there on the golf course. Not a bad morning here, and a great afternoon, too. Maybe a one-club wind, as that wind is expected to pick up here later today, especially with the fact that we're going to see these warmer numbers. So mid-70s for Westminster and Bel Air as you head out toward the eastern shore. Chestertown down through Stevensville into Easton in the low to mid-70s, even upper 70s in Baltimore City, close to 80 degrees. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll see more of the same with mid-70s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. I mean, almost 80 in D.C. this afternoon. 73 in Ocean City. Here's a look at your temperature tracker, and this is where things get a little tricky because starting tomorrow, we will feel a lot more like November and temperatures right at that average line, right about 60 degrees. Keeping those numbers into Wednesday. Will rise again Thursday, Friday, and Saturday ahead of a next weather maker. That's going to be the rain that's coming in on Veterans Day and into Saturday. But then look at how those temperatures drop off significantly next Sunday and Monday. We're waking up in the 30s, and we'll see highs only into the 50s. So get the raking done over the next couple of days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Lots of those piles of leaves out there. We do stay dry, so we're not tracking any rain, as I mentioned, until Friday. This is the cold front that's coming through this afternoon, or is moving through as we speak. So the drier and colder air is back behind that. That's going to continue into Wednesday and Thursday. So no issues with the weather tomorrow for voting. It's going to be colder in the morning time, no doubt about that. And then temperatures as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, again, slowly starting to moderate just a little bit, but we do stay mainly dry. Shout out to Marie Peretti. That is my boy Blue. Yeah. You're my boy, Blue. That is Blue right there from Anne Marie Peretti. Thank you very much for sending that picture in of our pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Love to get some of those holiday pet pics going too, because we're a couple of weeks away from Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's the next big holiday. All right, so of course, Election Day is tomorrow. Veterans Day actually on Friday. That's another holiday for you. And you can see that in your 7-day forecast. The rain comes in late on Friday. It will stay with us through most of Saturday, and then those temperatures drop off significantly by Sunday. All right, a shout out right now to Sarah, and that is Lizzie. Apparently, I'm big in the cat community. That is Lizzie, who is watching our show and watching me specifically on the TV. That is the view through your window. So thank you for that, Sarah, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
Maybe it's sometimes because he's so cheesy. Cats like cheese, you know, get it? All right, sorry. Taking a live look from New Orleans this morning. And as you're looking ahead to tonight's matchup against the Saints, it looks great down there in the French Quarter.
And look how quiet it is at 8:51 in the morning, though. But then they probably just went to bed about 2 hours ago. We know the Ravens are going to be missing some key players, though. The team announcing that tight end Mark Andrews is out as he recovers from knee and shoulder injuries. He leads the Ravens in catches, receiving yards, and touchdowns this season. He's been everywhere.
And the Ravens also announcing last week top wide receiver Rashad Bateman will undergo foot surgery, miss the remainder of the season. Bateman has been the team's most effective wideout and big play threat. And Coach John Harbaugh, Lamar Jackson, both talking about losing Bateman and moving forward without him.
You know, I think Rashad is a great guy. He really wants to be out there, wants to play, wants to have a career, wants to do well, and that's not going to change. You know, just there's different things happening in life. There's roadblocks sometimes, you know, and sometimes the best way is just to go through it, and that's what he's doing right now.
That's my guy. You know, we was looking forward to having a great long season, but you know, guy had other plans. But I wish him a speedy recovery, and you know, we got a lot of great guys, you know, in our receiving group, and I got full 100% confidence in those guys gonna make things happen for us this season. So just waiting on Bate to get back, but we good.
Just like that, it's an opportunity for someone else. Since the team is going to be missing two key players, that means other guys will have to step up to the tight end position.
Well, Deshaun Jackson is still on the practice squad as a receiver. All eyes are going to be on Isaiah Likely, coming off the best game of his young career, and the coaches and teammates agree.
It was great to see, you know, great to see him, you know, finally get his chance, you know, opportunity to do what he do. We were going to need a lot more out of him, though, you know, so just got to keep going.
I think Isaiah is coming along nicely. You know, he's still learning this game. He's got a high ceiling. I think you're going to see him develop pretty much every week over the course of time. There's a lot about this NFL game that rookies have to learn on the fly.
Well, today, Purple Monday. We want to see your purple pride. Send in your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your Fox45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
Never miss a Monday when it comes to your workouts. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to get you to the core of your strength training routine.
Oh, but first, the best part of your morning routine?
Yeah, it's time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, it is official. Elon Musk's plan to sell the blue verification checkmark on Twitter officially launched on Saturday. The announcement implied anyone could get a blue check mark for $7.99 a month. But critics say the plan takes away the verification aspect of the site, since anyone can pay to get a check mark there, meaning they could then pass their account off as anyone they want to impersonate. A test track designed to connect cities by high-speed underground transit is no more. The track, designed by Elon Musk, was created in Hawthorne, California. But according to a report by Bloomberg, the Hyperloop test tunnel has been dismantled, and this space will be turned into parking spaces. Very interesting. Well, with no winner Saturday, the Powerball jackpot is now a record-breaking, brace yourself for this, $1.9 billion. The cash value of the prize now over $929 million. That's what you're walking away with. The odds of hitting the jackpot are 1 in over 292 million. Still, Americans buying up their tickets all across the country, hoping to win big this time. Are you tired of trying to remember what you did with your keys? Nick Calderon is here with a deal on a convenient solution that will save you some time and maybe some irritation. He has today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Are you a loser? Let me rephrase that. Do you frequently misplace things, like your keys? Ugh, that sinking feeling just as you're about to head out the door. Where are my keys? I think we can all relate, and it's so frustrating, especially when you're on the go and trying to be somewhere on time. Well, I have the perfect solution for you. It's the KeySmart Pro, a compact key organizer with a special twist. It finds your keys or any device you attach it to. The Tile tracking app is free, and it's super easy to set up. Give one to that person in your life that's always asking you, hey, have you seen my... You get it. KeySmart Pro can hold up to 14 keys neatly and comfortably. And if you're like me and you carry your keys in your pocket, this will keep you from getting holes in your pocket. And ladies, same goes for the lining of your expensive purses and handbags. I'm definitely getting one for my wife and my daughters. Ooh, my mom could use one. Anyway, here's another benefit. If you're always misplacing your phone, you can send a ping to it just by double-clicking the button on the side. The KeySmart Pro holds a charge for up to 45 days, and it only takes about an hour to fully charge. Right now, we're offering 42% off the KeySmart Pro. Get one for all the losers in your life. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Talking about another warm day with well above average numbers, and some of us could be seeing a record broken potentially. Looking right now, we are already in the 70s at 9 a.m. How about that? You can see that sun that is out there shining brightly right now. We're at 70 in Joppatown, still upper 60s in Bel Air, 66 in Cockeysville. Same number for you there in Woodlawn. So you're out and about, Cass. Numbers over the next couple of hours will continue to rise into those low to mid 70s, even upper 70s by noontime, and on our way to a high close to 80 this afternoon in Baltimore City. But still, a lot of us are going to be in the low to mid 70s from the eastern shore across the northern tier of our viewing area. Back with that full forecast. We'll do that for you in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are hearing about a crash in Catonsville, and look at that live look from the area. 3 left lanes blocked on the inner loop at Frederick Road, and we are at a snail's pace in that area. Try to avoid it if you can.
One of the last polls before Election Day shows that Democrats are catching up to Republicans on enthusiasm.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live this morning from Capitol Hill. Kayla, does this mean the landscape is improving Democrats ahead of tomorrow?
Well, Megan and Patrice, Democrats still have some uphill battles to fight. A new NBC News poll, this is the latest poll until the midterms, shows 70% of registered voters think the country is headed in the wrong direction. Now, that's not what you want to hear if you're a Democrat, since Democrats have control of government right now. 81% of likely voters say they are very or somewhat dissatisfied with the economy. Poll after poll shows the economy and inflation are top issues for many voters this election cycle. President Biden's approval ratings are not helping either. They remain at a low 44%. Democratic strategist and pollster still predicts Tuesday will be a tough day for the left. And going by history, though, it's not all that surprising if Republicans do manage to take control of at least the House. In modern times, the party that holds the White House tends to go on to lose control of Congress during that president's first midterm election. This is what happened to President Trump back in 2018 and Obama in 2010.
So, Kayla, what happens if control of Congress does flip to Republicans?
So first, this means new leadership, right? A new Speaker of the House. And House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy is eyeing that job. But this also means a shift in focus on the issues that Republicans want to prioritize. McCarthy has already outlined a broad economic and border security plan that the GOP would propose in the early days of taking control. This means President Biden's agenda, issues he's passionate about, like abortion, climate change, and stricter gun laws, would be sidelined. A Republican-controlled House would also be good news for former President Donald Trump. Most Republicans expected to return to Washington are loyal to Trump. Republicans have also vowed their own investigations, January 6 style, into Hunter Biden's international business deals with China and his dad's potential involvement while he was vice president. They also promise an investigation into the pandemic response and Dr. Fauci's leadership when it comes to shutdowns, vaccine mandates, etc. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins, live in Washington. Thank you.
Well, with midterms tomorrow, today's number of the day takes a look at how Americans are educating themselves. 48% of voters say they've used the internet in the past few weeks to look for information about the upcoming midterm elections. Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds an equivalent number have not. The survey also shows a majority, 60% to be exact, say that it is difficult to find accurate and unbiased information on the internet. A fifth say it is very difficult. It's So Baltimore. Get a behind-the-scenes look at how Sagamore creates its distilled rye whiskey.
The company is bringing you whiskey made from 100% ingredients across the state. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at the distillery learning how it's made. Mark.
So we've seen how it's all done, okay, from the fermentation situation to the distillery to the bottling, and now with the 1909 cocktail bar on the premises, by the way. And of course, we're going to have to sample the product. But Brian, again, tell us what's going on. We got a new product that's happening this weekend, and fill us in.
Yep, recapture all that this weekend, November 12th. 7:30 in the morning is when the doors open, but you want to get here much earlier.
Wow.
I mean, some people get here even, I've seen the night before, believe it or not. But you get here very early. We're going to release our first ever Maryland Growing Series, which is our pennies proof, made 100% with grain grown here in Maryland and crafted, aged in crafted barrels of Maryland oak as well. So really 100% Maryland rye whiskey, our dedication and commitment to bringing it back here in Maryland. And then also our bottled and bond, 5-year-old, 100 proof, first ever bottled and bond that we've released that's 5 years old. So wow. 2 great products, only 597 though for pennies proof, so very, very limited.
Wow.
Need to be a whiskey thief, so go to our website, sagamorespirit.com, click on Become a Thief, and if you don't get here in time for pennies proof, and it's sold out, there's probably some bottle and bond for you. Okay. So we got a couple options for you. And then hang out with us in the 1909 cocktail lounge.
Why not? And
right?
I would not be a professional if I did not try the product. So, hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Nice. Thanks, guys.
After.
We'll take it from here and let him enjoy. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, tomorrow's Election Day, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. When Baltimore City voters head to the poll, they're going to see Question K.
And we are taking you live to the news conference discussing support for Question K. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To the outrageous and self-serving actions by the Baltimore City Council last week. In face of term limits and Question K being supported by Baltimore City voters tomorrow, what did our so-called leaders in Baltimore City Council do? Did they urgently meet to discuss new ways and solutions to fight crime and cut our murder rate? Did they quietly meet to present a plan to end poverty? Did they swiftly act to fix our broken school system? No, they urgently met and voted to line their own pockets with money and cash in on Baltimore City's taxpayers. On Thursday, the Baltimore City Council voted 5-2 in support of a bill that will reduce the years of service requirement from 12 to 8 years for city officials to be eligible for a lifelong pension. This proposed legislation is a direct response to the impending implementation of term limits for Baltimore City officials, which appears as Question K, again, on the ballot for tomorrow's election. Question K seeks to bring about healthy government in Baltimore City by limiting elected officials, including the mayor, city council president, city council members, and comptroller, to 2 4-year terms in each office. Rather than serving the citizens of Baltimore, members of the city council have instead opted to selfishly prioritize their own personal wealth. Let me ask you this. Who among us earns roughly a 6-figure salary for a part-time job and a lifelong pension after just 8 years of service? And it no matter if you're doing a good job or not. This is a perfect example of the absurdity and corruption. This is exactly why we need term limits to end self-serving career politicians in Baltimore. Anyone running for office simply to receive a lifelong pension is not suited to serve the citizens of Baltimore. This is just another trick for the elected officials of Baltimore to steal taxpayers' money. Another disturbing element of the City Council's pension bill are the financial ramifications, with the potential to cost taxpayers millions of dollars every year. The legislation even lacks support from the official charged with overseeing the city's pension. David Randall, Executive Director of Baltimore Employees and Elected Officials Retirement System, wrote a letter to the council stating it is highly unusual for elected officials to enhance their benefits while in term. The recent vote by City Council is the epitome of corruption in the face of impending term limits. This is another unnecessary cost to the taxpayers of Baltimore City. If voters were on the fence about Question K, the corrupt and self-serving actions taken by the City Council illustrate exactly why we need term limits in Baltimore and why you should vote yes for term limits. Therefore, if the City Council moves forward with this self-serving measure, voters should call for the resignation of those responsible immediately to instead be represented by elected officials that have Baltimore's best interest in mind. As a result, I pledge today to work with voters in the next election cycle to overturn and change any damaging legislation that is possibly passed that will cost my fellow taxpayers in the city millions of dollars each year. We need to give power back to the people. And we will also work to put a recall question on the 2024 ballot for voters to decide for anyone who opposes the will of the people. It is time to elect new leaders to create the opportunities for fresh ideas and new solutions to help change the future of Baltimore City. Baltimore City needs to work to implement this important change and create better government for our people and citizens of the city. We want to create a healthy local government where our elected officials are not content to remain in office for many years as career politicians follow the same old status quo in Baltimore City. The current system is failing all of the residents of Baltimore City. We need to advance the interests of all of our residents, our local businesses and employers, rather than the interests of career politicians. Politicians are supposed to serve the people, not themselves. How long will we stand by and watch our murder rates soar and our families ripped apart with no real answers, solutions, or ideas to stop the violence? In 2021, we suffered more than 335 murders in Baltimore, with more than 725 shootings. It's time for term limits. And I will say, over the past 7 years, We've lost more than 2,000 lives in Baltimore City. 2,000 lives. How long will we watch our city's population decline from more than 620,000 in 2010 to less than 577,000 last year as more and more families flee our city to make life somewhere else safer and with more opportunities? It's time for term limits. How many more than the 15,000 current vacant houses do we need to see crumbling around us before we say enough? We need to stop the decay and instead rebuild and create new hope and opportunities for our families in Baltimore. It's time for term limits. How high do our taxes have to be for our city residents and businesses to pay as our city services and infrastructure continue to fail us and trash piles up in the streets around us? It's time for term limits. Our elected officials need to be free to make the tough decisions and necessary changes that our city needs to thrive and survive, rather than just protecting their job and pensions as professional career politicians by standing by and watching our city fall further behind as it succumbs to crime, poverty, and corruption. As we've seen reported in the Baltimore Sun and elsewhere, both Mayor Brandon Scott and City Comptroller Bill Henry have publicly supported term limits in the past, and both say they still do. They know what's best for our city. Comptroller Henry says that term limits give the electorate the chance to benefit from officials with different set of goals and experiences, and we tend to agree with that. Former President Barack Obama also supports term limits as a concept for elected officials to help bring about new ideas and new solutions to the issues facing our country. The citizens of Baltimore have been victimized long enough. It is time to make term limits in our local government a reality. It's time to give power back to the people of Baltimore. We know that voting to support term limits tomorrow will help put the power back in the hands of the citizens of Baltimore. Our city and its hardworking families demand it. It is clear now more than ever that term limits in local Baltimore City government are vitally important. We ask you to vote OK on Question K tomorrow on November 8th. Yeah. It's time for term limits in Baltimore City. Yes. Yeah. So next I'm going to bring up one of our community leaders. He's been a big advocate for our campaign, a big supporter, Dr. Marvin Doc Cheatham.
Good morning. My fellow Baltimoreans, I have been a voter over 50 years in the city of Baltimore. If truth be told, conditions in our beloved city have never been worse. Homicides will again, for the 8th year, go over 300 individuals living in our city to be killed. Our education system is at its worst. Over 15,000 boarded up homes and houses that are burning down every month. Overdose deaths at an all-time high. Our water bills have gone sky high, and they lied to us. They lied to us about what the contamination was. The city of Baltimore suffers with 25% of food deserts. Our squeegee boards are running out of control. Our hospitals have the lowest return rate of any in the United States. You get served and it takes longer than any place in the United States to get waited on. And yet we have city council members that are trying to line their pockets for fear of giving the communities what they need, and that is term limits. Mental health is getting worse, and the city's infrastructure could not be any worse than it is today. Must I really go on? It is time for term limits. It is time. Electing the same people over and over and over again, there's a name for it. It's called insanity. You're electing the same people over and over and over, and you're expecting different results. We're saying it's time for term limits. And at the term limits, guess what? Recall is going to come next. Folks, we need better representation, and it's not surprising that we are not seeing our elected officials. They're behind closed doors trying to line themselves with more money in their pockets while we suffer. It's time for term limits.
So next, I'd like to bring up another community leader. He's become, a real good mentor of mine, Mr. Michael Johnson.
I'll be as brief as I can be. There's some sort of rumor or stories, or as some people would say, lies that are being put out throughout the community that are suggesting that this is not a community-led effort, that this is a led effort by large corporations. No, we get funds in order to put it on the ballot in order so that the citizens get a chance to make their choice. Sometimes I've even had lawyers say to me that sometimes you got to sleep with the devil. Well, I don't think the lawyers really own that to themselves. But I'm just saying that this is a community-run basis. This is ran by the community as we've been trying to do this for years. If you do it right, you'll be rewarded. If you go to office and you do it right for 8 years, you can be rewarded. You can move up to be city council, move up to be controller, or even move up to be mayor. But if you're wrong and you don't do your job, we have had difficulties because your name has shown up on the machine time after time after time. And people get used to it. Some people get used to misery. But what we're saying is tomorrow, the citizens of Baltimore, every individual who has the opportunity to vote tomorrow has an opportunity to change the projection of where this city is going. It's not about personalities. It's not about a council person or a mayor or a controller or a city council. It's about the people. So tomorrow when you vote, you're either going to vote for yourself, your children, your future, your neighborhood, instead of the self-serving individuals who've made a decision that think that we're not smart enough to vote for our own interests. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's Dr. Johnson.
Thank you.
All right, next I'd like to bring up another community and faith leader, Reverend Dr. Al Hathaway. Dr. Hathaway.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you want sunshine on a cloudy day, vote yes for Question K. Question K empowers the people. It allows them to engage and be involved. Question K moves us closer to a government that is for the people, by the people, and of the people. If you look at progressive areas throughout our state and country, you'll find that Prince George's County has term limits. You'll find that Dallas, Texas has term limits. And those areas are growing robust. They're growing in demand. They are the places where people know that I don't have to sit on the sidelines, I can get involved. Question K allows for government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If you want sunshine on a cloudy day, vote yes for Question K.
All right, then.
Is that your shortest sermon? All right, finally, I'd like to bring up, former independent candidate for mayor, Mr. Bob Wallace.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So in 2020, as you all may know, I ran for mayor of Baltimore City, and I ran as an independent. And I had the opportunity to walk through every neighborhood in this great city and meet a lot of people. But I want to tell you a story about one woman that I met that changed my life. It was an elderly woman who spent 40 years buying her house in a West Baltimore neighborhood. She paid the house off, but unfortunately, the houses next to her were vacant. On top of that, the neighborhood was being controlled by drugs and drug dealers. This lady says she would call downtown, nobody would respond to her, nobody would help her. She felt hopeless and alone. And she made me make a promise. She said, Mr. Wallace, she said, whether you win or lose for mayor of Baltimore City.
You are listening in live to the news conference discussing support for Question K. We've heard a lot from both sides of this. We're going to keep you updated on the latest developments both on air and online.
Let's get back over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at the forecast.
Yeah, warm forecast is what we're talking about, ladies. We've got these beautiful fall colors out there, but not feeling like fall. Tomorrow, different story. We will definitely start quite a bit colder, and then we will end up a lot colder as well for our afternoon highs. But let's enjoy today while you can. We're going to slide into the mid-70s by next hour. Great day for lunch outdoors. A little bit breezy later this afternoon, but those numbers will climb into the upper 70s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour here. Even in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, getting ready for happy hour or getting set for the Monday Night Football game, we're talking about lower 70s into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour for tonight. 61, that's typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. 79 in Dundalk today. White Marsh and Perry Hall in the mid 70s. Down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to be in the mid to upper 70s across the board for our highs this afternoon. Eastern Shore friends, Kent County out through Queen Anne's, and we're talking about Centerville at 75. 76 there, Easton and Cambridge also in the mid 70s, while we'll be at 73 across the Bay Bridge there in Chester. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, your rake cast is good to go. Green lights. We see a lot of those leaves that are out there as well, and definitely going to be staying dry, so no issue with those wet leaves. Here's a look at our future scan. So cold front passing through today. Behind the cold front, dry air will be in place and also much colder temperatures. That will be realized by the time we get to tomorrow morning. Election day looking fine weather-wise, just definitely chillier and a lot more like November. And we'll keep that going through Wednesday. On Thursday, we will start to pick up our temperatures back again as we get closer to Veterans Day weekend. And we are going to see some more clouds roll in. There's a system to the south of us that actually could be a part of the remnants of Nicole, which is now a subtropical storm that could be impacting Florida in the next couple of days. And we'll get some of that moisture by the time we head into this upcoming weekend, Veterans Day weekend. Here's your 7-day forecast. Upper 70s today. And look at these numbers dropping off. We're going to be in the 40s tomorrow morning, only to about 60 tomorrow afternoon and Wednesday, but mid to upper 60s into Thursday and Friday. And again, that rain is going to roll in Friday afternoon and stays with us for most of Saturday. Then those temperatures really fall off on Sunday. We'll wake up in the 30s, but only get to about 50 degrees. Patrice?
I don't like it. All right, we're taking you live to M&T Bank and New Orleans because the Ravens are taking on the Saints tonight at 8 in New Orleans. But the Flock is missing a couple of players. Coming up, the lineup changes for tonight's game.
A program leader with boots on the ground has a different idea on how to tackle the squeegee kid issue. We'll hear his take coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday. 9:28 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our Monday forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. Temperatures topping out in the upper 70s once again. Today, we're already in the 70s for some of you on this Purple Monday. Hopefully, we'll be talking Victory Tuesday tomorrow after the Monday Night Football game tonight in New Orleans. How about these 70s, though? Man, it would be a great night for football if it was here in town tonight. 70 in Westminster, 74 in Bel Air, 73 in Baltimore City. So up and down the Eastern Shore and all the way up through the Chesapeake, we've got those temperatures that are already rising. Yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and get some of those leaves raked up, we're talking about upper 70s here over the next couple of hours and into the afternoon as well. They'll fall off, though, as those numbers will drop tonight. We're going to wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning, and we'll only get to 60 on Election Day Tuesday. A closer look at your forecast. We'll do that in just a few. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we're continuing to hear about a crash in Catonsville. We know that 3 lanes are blocked on the inner loop right at Frederick Road. It is causing a delay, so find another route if you typically go that direction. Election Day is tomorrow, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium in the last-minute push to sway voters.
We have Olivia Dance live from where the news conference discussing term limits just ended. Olivia, what's the latest?
Well, Megan and Patrice, there's obviously many both for and against term limits. You can see from these signs here. But moments ago, we heard from supporters of Question K. Now, the meeting was held right here at the West Side Skills Center, which is also a polling place. And leaders from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE, spoke at the meeting. Now, some reasons they cite for supporting Question K is the need to embrace new leaders who can help fight crime, fix the schools, and clean up Baltimore City. They also noted that term limits are supported by all political parties. And if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 four-year terms. If passed, it would impact politicians elected in 2024. And supporters of Question K also criticized city council members who are expected to vote today on a measure that would speed up their pension eligibility from 12 to 8 years if Question K is passed. And even though we just heard from those supporters, there's also many people who are against Question K. Those against the term limits say they are designed to serve special interest groups and not voters. But supporters here argue that Question K is for the people. Of course, ultimately, though, it will be the decision of voters tomorrow on Election Day. And I personally have spoken with voters both for and against Question K. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Well, happening this week, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to release a full list of recommendations from his Squeegee Collaborative about how to handle squeegee kids. But preliminary information about the plan is being met with some criticism.
We know those recommendations will likely include squeegee kids coming up with their own code of conduct, a designated enforcement zone, and guaranteed income for squeegee kids who stop.
Shannon Lilly joins us with how one group that's already working to get squeegee kids out of intersections is reacting to the part of the plan that we've heard from the Squeegee Collaborative. Shannon.
Well, for one, they say they would do things differently. They would give these squeegee kids an opportunity to earn the incentive rather than just getting the incentive. But they say for any plan to work, you have to get to the heart of why these squeegee kids are squeegeeing in the first place, and they believe that's poverty. That's what they're trying to tackle right now.
Not just giving, but guiding them and enhancing them and empowering them. All of these tools that it's going to take for them to stay off them corners.
Well, Marlo Hargrove, that you just heard from, has already been on the ground. He is the executive director of FACE, which is a nonprofit that's working to transition people released from prison back into society. But now they're also working to move squeegee kids off of corners with his own unique program. How it works is they're partnering with Dream Kicks United to offer squeegee kids a nice pair of sneakers. And the idea is to engage them with shoes that get them to the services that get them off the streets. And we're talking services like mental health, substance abuse, and job readiness programs. Well, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers believes guiding them to the tools that they need will help is the key. But he says wait to condemn the city's plan until we have the full picture.
And no one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If somehow they were getting paid and you were linking that to skills like welding, like infrastructure, things that they could use long term.
Well, meanwhile, Hargrove's biggest critique of this plan is that groups like his that are already affecting change are not even being brought to the table. Reporting in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
A deadly police shooting is under investigation in West Baltimore.
Yesterday afternoon, police responded to the Harlem Park area following reports of a man seen attacking a woman with a knife.
Taylor Stewart joins us live in studio this morning with more on what happened. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. Police say that woman was still trying to get away from her attacker when they arrived here. It happened along West Lafayette and North Fulton Avenue. They received multiple calls around 3:30 in the afternoon about a man wielding a knife trying to chase a woman down the street. When they arrived, they immediately told the man to drop the knife. He did not do that. Instead, he did this. Take a listen.
He approached the suspect, ordered the suspect to the ground, who then placed himself what appears to be on top of the female while armed with a very large knife. The officer began to discharge his firearm at the suspect.
Assaulting anyone and with having a dangerous weapon, a knife, let alone a woman, is something that we cannot have in our city. We are thankful that further people were not injured, that young woman or any other individuals that were around there. Thankful that none of our police officers were injured and that they acted quickly.
The commissioner saying 2 officers fired shots here. It's not clear exactly how many shots were fired, but they say they're now working with the state attorney general's office to conduct an independent investigation. They've got a lot of body camera video, surveillance footage, and social media video they're going to piece together to figure out exactly what happened here. That man was pronounced dead at the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center, and the woman, thankfully, police say, was not hurt in this attack.
Taylor, have police provided any update, any information on the suspect in the case?
Megan, we have not heard anything from police, but the man who was killed, multiple sources telling us that he was Tyree Moorhead. Moorhead was a former gang member and known for producing hundreds of no-shoot zones in the city of Baltimore. It's the latest, and we'll keep you updated on this as it unfolds.
Well, coming up, the states with the most votes already in and how Maryland compares.
We are looking at record-breaking high temperatures as we start this week. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we need to turn on the AC. 9:36, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:38 now. On the eve of the midterm election, we're getting word that more than 40 million people have already voted across the country, outpacing the pre-election ballot count for 2018.
Tom Rogers at our live center with the numbers just coming in. Tom.
Yeah, you see them right here. You see the biggest states in our country right here. Texas, Florida, California, all coming in. Maryland down lower here. Some of the biggest states, though, reporting most ballots cast, which includes in-person voting and mail-in ballots, both returned and requested. Maryland is reporting nearly 755,000 early votes in comparison with the other states. So far, Democrats accounting for 43% of the vote, Republicans with 34%, third-party voters with 23%. Remember, control of both chambers of Congress on the line right now with all 435 House seats up for grabs, 35 of the 100 Senate seats. Again, tomorrow is Election Day. Polls open at 7 o'clock, go until 8 tomorrow night. And we have everything covering for the races across the nation and also on a local and state level, too. We'll be following that all morning long tomorrow, Election Day. If you're in line by 8 p.m., you get to vote. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Long sleeves might be a good idea as you head to the polls tomorrow. Justin is back in just a second to let us know how much colder it's going to be tomorrow.
And the last lunar eclipse for 3 years is just in time for Election Day. Coming up after the break, what to look out for in the sky tomorrow night. It is 9:40 on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning.
(9:42). We all want a tight midsection and perfect abs, but getting down on the floor to do crunches isn't always so enticing. Sarah Keller, with Group Exercise Director with Brick Bodies, is showing us how you can get to your core without the crunches. And I think that's what a lot of people don't like. So this will be good to see.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean we're never going to go to the floor.
Right.
But there's plenty of work that we can do without that dreaded up and down and up and down that isn't actually the most effective way to work the core anyways.
All right, let's see some examples.
So the first thing we're going to do is, like in yoga, we go into like a ragdoll forward fold with our hands and our elbows, but we're going to come to a forward fold that we go about 90 degrees at our hips, and we're going to shift the weight forward toward the balls of our feet and still take those arms out overhead, that's going to add some extra gravity force down on us.
Okay.
But in order to hold this 90 degree here, a more basic version takes the hands behind the back, and a more advanced version takes the arms all the way long, or with a weight between those hands.
Because if you're up on the ball of your feet like that, you've got to get
everything is shifted forward, and you want to topple over. So that core has got to engage to hold you in place.
It definitely does. All right, that's a good one. And then, so do you hold that for a certain amount of time, or do you do that for a certain number?
You can either hold it for maybe 10 seconds at a go. You could add a little bit of rotation here to help get the obliques involved as well at the sides of the abs. And then just do a few reps. When you feel like you're losing form and you feel like the spine is rounding, that's when we call it quits.
Okay, okay. What else?
All right, so the other thing that is a big one today, especially with kettlebells or with dumbbells, is around the world. Some people will do them on their knees, which is more challenging. But if you don't want to be on the ground, a great option, you can take a weight, whatever you have. If you don't have a weight and you're a beginner, just clasp your hands. And you want to reach as far over to one side as you can. So you're going to open up this one side of your core, and then you've got to squeeze that side of your core all the way down into the glutes to sweep back around over to the other side and back to center.
I can see that's going to be tiring and challenging.
And if you've got any sort of weight in your hands, even if it's 2-3 pounds, it adds a huge element of
I can see that with a
resistance.
kettlebell. Yeah. Okay.
All right, the final one I'm going to take us partway to the floor for. And we're going into side plank with hip lifts. Because it's going to get all the way through here, but it's also going to get this. We forget that our core is not just the six pack.
These I do.
It's shoulders to mid thigh, front and back.
All right, so let's see.
We're going to hit a side plank. We can come to our knee if we're still a beginner. We do want the hips lifted off the ground. If we've done side plank before, we can lengthen both legs. But then we want to squeeze from this lower side of the obliques and lift the hips up and up. And if someone's really advanced, they might lift that top leg and continue.
I thought you were going to go under with that arm. That's the one I find hard.
We can go anywhere with it.
That's a good one, though. You feel it. Sarah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, we're going to toss it over to Justin now. He's got a lunar eclipse for us.
Yeah, it's actually going to be. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
I don't hear you.
All right.
All right, let's see. It's coming. It's coming. You're in the lunar eclipse. We don't see you.
Yes, you guys look lovely over there. All right, can you hear me now? Hi. I was out in space, exactly. Yeah, so we're talking about the lunar eclipse, the moon's disappearing act. It happens tomorrow morning. And residents from coast to coast across the U.S. will get to see the total lunar eclipse. NASA science communicator Andrea Jones joins us now to share more about this experience. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're all excited about this. I'm geeking out about it, but a lot of people too, because this will be the last eclipse that we'll be able to see, at least total eclipse, for 3 years. But what makes it even more special for tomorrow?
So tomorrow, it's just going to be an incredible sight. We'll have this big, bright, beautiful full moon, and then the sun, earth, and moon will line up in space. So for our Eastern viewers, around 4:09 a.m., the moon will begin entering into Earth's deep shadow, and it'll start looking like it has a bite taken out of it. And then at 5:17 a.m., the moon will pass into the darkest part of Earth's shadow, and it will turn this brilliant coppery red color, and that will last until about 6:45 a.m. And then you'll see that partial bite taken out of the moon kind of view with the bite on the other side, and then that will get smaller and smaller until the moon sets. But it should just be really a great
it's going
view.
to be really cool as it passes in the umbra. You're talking about that Earth shadow right there, and that's why it's going to be, they call it a blood moon, and turning red. But that's, explain to people what that means, because, you know, we're going to be looking at the moon here on Earth, but we're actually seeing our own shadow, right?
Yeah, so we are seeing the light from the sun that is passing through the Earth's atmosphere. So just at sunrise and sunset, how the sky turns red, we see that. You know, that's what makes a lunar eclipse red. So if you were on the moon and you were looking back at the Earth, you'd see a red ring as the sunlight passes through the Earth's atmosphere. And all of those sunrises and sunsets are projected onto the moon at that moment. And that's why we see that red color.
The Earth is always getting in the way. We're getting in the way of the sunlight there. Now, NASA, you guys have been studying the moon for a long time. What are some of the favorite things that you've learned so far?
Oh my gosh. Well, so many things from so many places. With the Apollo missions, we're still, analyzing data. We're still analyzing the moon rocks that our astronauts brought back. With the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, a mission that I work with, we are watching the moon changing before our eyes. We're watching new impact craters form. We are finding deposits of ice at the lunar poles that could be resources for our astronauts. We just found a lunar pit that stays at a temperature nearly 63 degrees Fahrenheit all the time and that's just an incredible opportunity for astronauts as well. It's a very unusual find for the moon, in my opinion.
Well, we ran out of time. I could sit here and talk with you all day, Andrea. I appreciate it. I know Artemis is the big thing. Eventually, we're going to try to get some astronauts back up on the moon in the next couple of years, but we'll be looking at that and looking for that total lunar eclipse tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Really cool. We want to bring it back to Earth, though, just for a moment and take you live to New Orleans this morning, where some out-of-this-world things could be happening as the Ravens take on the Saints at 8:15 tonight.
The Ravens are going to be missing some key players. The team announced that tight end Mark Andrews is out as he recovers from knee and shoulder injuries. Now, he led the Ravens in catches, receiving yards, touchdowns, all of that this season, so he's going to be missed for sure.
Always an opportunity for the young ones that can now step up, though. All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers gearing up for this.
Yeah, Isaiah Likely getting his first start tonight. He's been great so far in his rookie season, so we'll see what happens. All right, you at home are the sun. Imagine right there the Bromo Seltzer Tower is the moon, and then this is the Earth getting in the way right there. See, it just kind of crosses, and then it takes the bite, and then it's going to be right there. We'll have a little glow, and then it'll be all over again. We'll be able to see the moon. But that will be tomorrow morning, and we'll have mainly clear skies for that, which is great. We won't be able to see the second half of it because that's when the moon will be setting, but folks on the West Coast will be able to see that. But it'll be pretty cool. I'll be out there trying to, dunk in and out of inside of my weather hits to be able to watch it, as a lot of folks will be as well. 11 miles an hour. West wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. 73, that's our current temperature. The record high for the day is 77, so we're not very far off that. I'm pretty sure we're going to get to at least 80 degrees. I'm going for a high of 79 officially. This is as the cold front is moving through the area. So you think, okay, why isn't it cold right now as the cold front comes in? What we have is downsloping wind. So it's the wind coming off the mountain. As that downslope happens, it speeds up and helps to kind of heat up the atmosphere. That's why we've got the northwesterly wind later today that will give us that friction and give us those temperatures that will be well above average. Now, these numbers will be back to the upper 70s later today, close to 80, then eventually starting to slide as we head into the overnight, and we're going to be colder tomorrow morning. I'm telling you right now, you will definitely need the heaters on when you get up and out of bed tomorrow morning and wake up with us. Mid to upper 70s for our high temps today. Again, close to 80 for a lot of us. Hey, a great day to grill out. Why not? Pre-election day, we're talking about mid 70s by 4 p.m. and getting set for the Ravens game tonight. We'll still see those numbers in the 60s. So only going to be to 60 tomorrow for election day, and on Wednesday, we're back to the mid to upper 60s as we head into Veterans Day weekend. And there's going to be some rain. That's going to come in late Friday and pretty much most of Saturday. So that's going to be our next chance for wet weather right here at home. Meg?
All right, looks good. Justin, thank you. Trending now, holiday retailers may have outside competition this year.
That's because people are wanting experiences that the pandemic took away.
Interesting. While retailers make deals to sell excess inventory for the holidays, the travel industry is seeing large profits. One entertainment ticket sales company reports double-digit sales for booking theaters, arenas, and festivals.
Meanwhile, shipping companies missed earnings expectations in September, and big retail companies have too much inventory and may miss earnings expectations.
The retail industry is also feeling the heat because when people are shopping this holiday season, they are stepping back from high-end places. A Wall Street Journal report says shoppers devoured by inflation may not be shopping at finer high-end clothing stores.
Consumers are instead turning to moderate-price stores and away from trendy fashion. A research company says that 72% of consumers will shop for cheaper alternatives this year.
As the holiday season moves in on us and approaches, we want to see how you're celebrating. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stacklin. What are we, a little over 2 weeks till Thanksgiving?
Well, a warm day ahead that has the potential to set records. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how temperatures hold up in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
Not bad right now. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, got some clouds hanging around and temperatures that are already in the 70s for some of us here this hour. We're on our way to close to 80 today, and then a big temperature drop off. Notice those numbers Tuesday and Wednesday. So tomorrow morning, we're waking up in the 40s, even colder Wednesday morning. We kind of moderate things as we head toward the end of the week. But notice the right side of your screen. We do have rain coming in Friday into Saturday. We're dry Sunday and Monday of next week. But look at those highs. Those are in the upper 40s and lower 50s, and overnight lows in the 30s. So definitely coming back down to earth and then below. Like we were above average, and then above, then below. It's like this. So
all over.
All over the place, yes.
I'm just glad that we had these last few days.
Yes.
I'll take that.
Yes, for sure.
Have a good day.
See you.